inson.
Assalomu alaykum hammaga. Yaxshi eshitilyaptimi?
Assalomu alaykum. Ha.
Yaxshi.
Birozdan keyin boshlaymiz.
Assalomu alaykum. Yaxshi ishlayapti, Ilhomjon.
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli bugungi seminarimiz qatnashchilari, barchangizni ko'rib turganimizdan xursandmiz. Ingliz tilida davom etishga ruxsat bergansizlar. Good afternoon, good morning, distinguished experts, esteemed participants and colleagues. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this Technical Assistance Mission regional seminar on green education concepts and strategies in higher education. This seminar is a significant step in our collective journey towards integrating sustainable practices and principles into higher education, aligning with global priorities for environmental sustainability. As we all know, education plays a pivotal role in shaping minds and attitudes, fostering a culture of sustainability, and preparing future generations to address the pressing environmental challenges of our time. Today, we gather to explore innovative concepts and strategies that can transform higher education institutions into hubs of green thinking and practice. We are honored to have two distinguished experts joining us today who will share their invaluable insights and expertise, who are Dr. Nurhanite Urak Hanım, Associate Professor in the Department of Environmental Engineering at Marmara University, Turkey, who is providing a seminar on designing and implementing green campus initiatives, a metrics-based approach, and also nature-based solutions for sustainable campus design, a roadmap to resilience. The second expert, who is Dr. Ayaz Mamadov, head of the Natural Science Department at the Western Caspian University in Azerbaijan, who is providing a seminar on global perspectives on sustainability in higher education, case studies and insights, and also addressing the climate change, global trends, and local actions. By using this chance, I would like to thank to our two distinguished experts for accepting our request to deliver today's seminar. Moreover, we will have experts from Uzbekistan who are Mr. Masarvaliyev from Central Asian Green University, Uzbekistan, who will make a presentation on sustainable campus management, integrating green practices into university operations, and Dr. Asiya Kuriniyazova, of the IT department of Nukus branch of Tashkent Institute of Information Technologies, will make a presentation on universities' green actions for the RLC. Their contributions are not only timely but also crucial in advancing the discourse on green education and sustainability in higher education. Today's seminar, we aim to facilitate rich discussions and exchange innovative ideas and build stronger regional collaborations in this critical area. I encourage all of you to actively engage, share your perspectives, and take full advantage of this unique opportunity to learn from our esteemed speakers and one another. Now, as a welcome speech, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Shufrat Shokirov, who is the Vice Center for Research and Innovation at the TAM National Research University, Uzbekistan leading institution for water and land resource management education, with a PhD degree from Australian National University and extensive research experience at institutions like University of Maryland. Dr. Shokirov specializes in remote sensing, GIS, and data applications in agriculture, forestry, and environmental monitoring. Professor Shufrat Sobirovich, floor is yours. Please.
Thank you, Ilham. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody, dear colleagues, experts, and participants of today's Technical Assistant Mission regional seminar on green education concepts and strategies in higher education. First of all, let me express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your participation in this regional seminar. I'd also like to thank the experts for taking their precious time out and delivering today's seminar. A special thanks to the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation of Republic of Uzbekistan, National Erasmus Plus Office, National Team of Erasmus Plus Higher Education Reforms Experts. Special thanks to Ilham Abdurrahmanov for organizing such an important seminar. So, dear colleagues, let me give you brief information about our university. Our university is one of the oldest universities in Central Asia, and it's almost 100 years old. In accordance with the decree of the President of Republic of Uzbekistan in 2022, our university received the status of National Research University, after which it continued its activities as a TAM National Research University. So today, students at our university study more than 40 bachelor's degrees, as well as 36 master's and 22 PhD programs in the field of land management, remote sensing, geodesy, cartography, artificial intelligence, precision agriculture, economy, environmental engineering, green energy, energetics, water resources, and land management, and so on. It's my great pleasure to announce that our university recently was announced the results of QS and our university took place of 548 in the ranking. So, and also from the Times Higher Education, it took place 401 and plus. So the main aim of this seminar is to promote and facilitate the integration of green education concepts and sustainable strategies into higher education institutions to address environmental challenges and create responsible and environmentally conscious graduates. It's pleasant to note that the seminar agenda covers a wide range of interesting topics, including best practices in the field of green campus initiatives, sustainability in higher education, nature-based solutions for sustainable campus design, climate change, and universities' green actions. This provides an excellent opportunity to learn from leading experts who will share their deep ideas, visions for the future, and extensive experience. I sincerely hope that Technical Assistance Mission Regional Seminar on Green Education Concepts and Strategies in Higher Education will achieve its goal for greening higher education and academic advancement, promoting green campus initiatives, and facilitating the exchange of ideas and experiences. We look forward to your ideas and share your ideas and make some creative solutions and to contribute to ensure success of this event. And also I'd like to thank my colleagues for organizing this event, and thank you for your attention and wish you a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shokir. Now, as a welcoming speech, I would like to give to Ms. Aziza Abdurrahmanova Karimovna, who's currently coordinator of the National Erasmus Plus office in Uzbekistan, which receives grant funding from European Commission. She assists in the coordination of EU Erasmus Plus program, which promotes cooperation between higher education institutions in the European Union and different countries. Since 1996, she has been involved in EU-funded Lion program, 6 projects. She has been working for the European Commission for more than 20 years in coordinating and monitoring campus and Erasmus Plus programs. During this period, she built significant experience in cooperation activities and project management. Before that, she worked as a lecturer at the Washington State University. She holds PhD in philology. Dear Aziza Karimovna, floor is yours.
Rahmat. Assalomu alaykum, bugungi TAM seminar qatnashchilari. Good morning. and very welcome to our outstanding experts. For Dr. Nur Hanife Arak from Turkey and Dr. Ayas Mamadov, Azerbaijan. It's our great pleasure to have you here for our online seminar. First of all, I would like to start with the gratitude which should go to the Dr. Ilham Abdurrahmanov for his considerable contribution for development of this technical assistance mission proposal. And I would like to underline that in the framework of Erasmus+, 5 key directions are open for Uzbekistan universities. And in addition to the capacity building and higher education and international credit mobility, there is also the initiative of National Team of Higher Education Reform Experts who are responsible for promoting of higher education reform and promoting the Bologna principles. And I would like also to welcome here the second higher education reform experts, one of the leading experts, Dr. Asya Tureniyazova from Nukus. This is also great pleasure, not only welcome the universities of Uzbekistan, but also the participants from the Central Asian neighboring countries, from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. So initially, this proposal has been submitted by Dr. Abdurrahmanov as a regional one. Why? Because of the Green Deal, greening in higher education has been defined as a higher regional priority for Central Asia, in particular for the Strand 1 and Strand 2 of capacity building in higher education. It's also quite directly linked to the global gateway priorities, which should be applicable under the Strand 3 of capacity building in higher education. Green transition and green energy. So the high relevance of this seminar is well recognized also by the ministry, and our thanks should also go to the considerable support to the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovations of Uzbekistan for promoting this event, for inviting the people to benefit of the discussions and the knowledge from our 2 outstanding experts. And by the end, I would like to tell you that this is really the very timely event, because now we are at the stage of the application process to the within the new call for 2025 of the Erasmus+, and the people can benefit of some ideas and to be inspired to apply for the greening in higher education projects. Thank you very much, and again, welcome to our Central Asian participants, and best regards and gratitude to our experts. Wishing you the lively discussion, a very productive 2 days seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind welcoming speech, as a curriculum. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Nur Hanifa for welcoming speech, who is the Associate Professor in the Department of Environmental Engineering at Marmara University, Istanbul, Turkey. She earned her PhD in Civil and Environmental Engineering from Carnegie Mellon University, where she conducted research in environmental risk management, environmental risk assessment, and decision support systems. Prior to joining Marmara University, Dr. Hanifa was the postdoctoral associate of the United States Department of Energy's National Energy Technology Laboratory and Carnegie Mellon University. Her research interests include environmental statistics, mathematical modeling, environmental risk assessment, decision support, and environmental science. Dr. Hanifa Orak has a strong background in the leadership positions within the technical and non-technical non-governmental organizations in Turkey and the United States of America. She currently serves as a chair of the American Society of Civil Engineers, Environmental Water Resource Institute Students and Education Council, and she's a board member of the New Professionals Council and Women Water Nexus. She's also a member of the ASC every Congress Steering Committee serves as the first international corresponding member of the convention. Dr. Orak has contributed to various publications, including studies on the impacts of greenhouse gas emissions during the COVID-19 lockdown in the US and novel methods for environmental risk assessment. Her multidisciplinary research background and leadership experience make her a valuable contributor to discussions on environmental engineering and sustainability in higher education. Dr. Nur Khalifa Warak, the floor is yours for welcoming speech. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Ilham. That's a great introduction. Thank you so much for your warm welcome. It's a great honor and pleasure to be with you. I hope our sessions, the content we'll share will be useful. I want to keep it short because you will get bored of me, most likely tomorrow. But thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalifa Warak. And now I would like to give for the welcoming speech to Dr. Ayaz Mahmedov, who is the head of the Natural Science Department of Western Kastan University in Baku, Azerbaijan. He earned his PhD in biology from the Institute of Genetic Research at the Azerbaijan National Academy of Science. Dr. Mahmedov's research focuses on the genetics and molecular biology, with particular emphasis on genetic resources of agricultural animals. In addition to his research, Dr. Mahmad has contributed to scientific research, including enhancing drought tolerance impacts of nanosilicon applications. His extensive experience in genetics and commitment to advancing natural science education make him a valuable contributor to this success and sustainability and green education in higher education institutions. Dr. Ayaz Mahmedov, floor is yours for the welcoming speech.
Salam alaikum, hello everybody. Thank you so much for joining me such important conference, important seminar. I am Ayaz Mahmedov. I'm working at Western Caspian University, and I'm head of Natural Science Department. Our university also first developed the university in Azerbaijan and a private university. It established in 1991, which almost Soviet Union damaged. And our university has many programs, doctor, masters, and other double diploma programs. So we have a good connection to European, American, and other university. We have many foreign students which studied in our university, bachelor and master degree. Our university also interested in green education, and also we are focusing on using alternative energy, which is for lighting on other and for different purpose. Okay, again, thank you, teşekkürler. We'll continue our seminar after that speech. Thank you.
Teşekkürler.
Teşekkürler.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmedov, for your welcoming speech. Before going to the main key topics of today's seminar, I would like to highlight about the content or of our agenda. So Today and tomorrow also at the same time we'll have the seminar. Tomorrow also we will continue today's seminar, and 2 days will be only in English language. But on Saturday at 10 a.m. in the morning, we will have an Uzbek session that's summarizing the 2 days seminar and giving more detailed information in Uzbek language to other interested professors, teachers of the Uzbek higher education universities. All of you have today's and tomorrow's agenda of the seminar, and without further ado, let us begin the seminar first presentation. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Dr. Orak, to deliver her presentation on designing and implementing green campus initiatives, a metric-based approach. Yes, your presentation is visible. Thank you.
It's visible. My voice is okay. Okay, please just stop me if there's any disconnection with the audio or if any issue with the visual. Thank you so much. As the first session today, I don't know if you had anything before noon. I will start with a general theme of green or sustainable campuses. And in the second session, I will focus on the rankings and more like scores systems. So I split my seminar to two. And tomorrow I'll talk about nature-based solutions. There are many of them, like 36. So how they can be applied on campuses, etc. So please, if it's your interest area, that's how my agenda will look like in 2 days. And my objective is to share the best practices first, to give some ideas and examples, and then show how metrics can be used if you are designing your own framework at your institute or organization, because this is not an easy task, and it is not like a one-year project. It's an ongoing effort, and everybody, all stakeholders should be included. So that's the reason we have some frameworks out there. But campuses are part of cities. They are not separate than the cities or regions they belong to. So sustainable development definition also fits in sustainable campus, which is the development of the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That's the well-known Britland report. It's still valid, and still that's what we are trying to achieve. So when we look at from this perspective, like campuses are part of cities, then we can see that there are several components and elements of it, like economic, social, governance, and environments. And we are not trying to prioritize one of them, like only environmental perspective, but we are trying to balance it out and to achieve the overall sustainability of a campus. So the key pillars, there are several, by the way, publications, academic manuscripts, but also there are some guidelines. There are some also NGO-based guidelines too. But overall, when we look at all of them, we see the same key pillars for all. So there are every institute or university has a framework, and that framework is designed with the perspective of having sustainability in operations and for all activities. And then the first thing that comes to our mind is the campus operations, like the physical operations. And then the other part is teaching, number two, right? Like there are students, but not only university students, but also K-12, the public, etc. And there is research going, right, that can support that also perspective, and there's community engagement. Combination of this four with a good framework can help us to achieve green university. But of course, without monitoring or reporting, we can't understand if we are achieving our objectives. So it's part of these pillars. And also, like in the second session today, when I talk about rankings, that accountability and reporting part will be clear. But in this first session, I'm not going to focus on that. What are the benefits of it? So we might think that, this green campus initiatives are very costly sometimes, and in short term, they might not make sense. But when we look at the big picture more holistically, not only environmental perspective, but also social and economic benefits can be really exponential than the initial investment. So we see contributing to environmental benefits like carbon footprints, water footprints, waste reduction, resource conservation, etc. Overall, improving health and well-being. With the education and research and all other public engagement, we see environmental awareness impact, and it helps with what we observed for the last decade. There's also ranking systems and competition helps institutes to really work on collaboration, not only within their own country or neighborhood, but also across the world. And it very importantly, it saves costs in the long term, and it can increase funding opportunities. We see that universities prioritizing their reputation, so this helps for that, and it also helps training new sustainable day leaders, which is one of the most important one for the continuing efforts. And also we see that these initiatives can help us, our campuses, to embed SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, into our policies, action plans, and also monitor it. So there are multiple benefits of this. And when we look at the university engagement in these SDGs, how it can help, it's like through knowledge, learning, demos, impacts, and collaborations. It actually really feeds the existing system of the campuses and improves their performance, opportunities, and also their impacts. When I look at, I checked both academic publications and other ones. We saw that there were many declarations in the past, in the history. I just wanted to give you a very quick look what kind of declarations were done in the history. So it started from 1990s, and we see that over the time, there were many initiatives. These initiatives are not separate than the overall United Nations SDGs or sustainable efforts by countries or the cooperation, but it's in parallel to that. So when we talk about sustainable campus, there are some physical parts that we do, like campus life and physical operations. And there are some academic programs like classes, workshops, and training activities, and research. So the first, I want to focus on this first two, give you some best examples that we experience across the world, and then I will focus the other two. This each category can really have full day. So I'm just simplifying and giving you the best examples out there. So when it started, we were discussing about net zero emissions targets, but now we are talking about net positive. So being net zero is not enough. Can we contribute in terms of emissions? Can we convert to net positive targets? So the first, one of the earliest examples that the whole campus is designed with a sustainability perspective is Chatham University's Eden Hall campus in the US. So this campus is designed from scratch. So they didn't convert an existing one. There is a land in Pennsylvania. It's like around 157 hectares. And they design unit by unit how every unit can be independent. So it was kind of off-grid for a long time, but now they are contributing to net positive, especially for energy, in terms of energy. I get a chance to visit them in 2000, I think it was 15 or 16, I'm not sure, time passes, and it's amazing. So this example actually is not like realistic for an existing campus to be converted that quickly, because this is designed from scratch. And they took, as an example, they took all components of a sustainable campus one by one, like energy, water, food and agriculture, air quality and climate, and all interaction of natural and built systems together. So there's a lot of efforts going on, and I will show you a few pictures to give you an idea. But starting with energy, which is the most actually the number one contributing factor to emissions, they have three components. So their target is 20 energy use intensity for their campus. I should remind, this is a smaller campus comparison to more international like conventional campuses. So they have PV systems like that is applied to rooftops and canopies. There is a solar hot water and geothermal exchange systems that is unique to that area. It is available already in the land, but they made it technically feasible to apply multiple buildings. I will share in a second. And there is a 10 kilowatt cogeneration plant that produces electricity and hot water using natural gas with biofuel equivalency. So in this combination of these three, they created an energy loop system between buildings. So it's not like one system is feeding one building, but if there's an excess energy, they can exchange between buildings, which makes it the challenging engineering question. So they are still working on to add more units. When there is a project, they try to apply PV units to increase the capacity, but it depends on what they need as well, the student number and other personnel number on campus. So here we see the PV panels that is applied on the gates, top of their buildings, and those panels can move based on the solar angle it's receiving. And we see also a greenhouse on the right hand side, and I will give a better look about how they use each building in a second. This is the main gate we see, and it's connected that gate. And there's a microgrid with wind stacks, vertical axis, that wind turbine is connected, and also solar PV and battery storage. So one of the unique part of this is generally geothermal systems are connected or feeding one building, but they achieve to balance and just connect the buildings. So it's feeding multiple buildings, which makes it actually a good example in that sense. So when we look at this combination of these three, that helped them. So if we look at the capacity, 340 kilowatt on-site solar PV and 1 kilowatt wind turbine. There is a 20 kilowatt combined heat and power plant and a battery storage with 14 kilowatts. So this is a mobile system, and that helped them to save $34,000 per year and 370 tons of carbon dioxide emissions mitigated every year. You might think these numbers are small, but if you look at the campus scale, this is a great number because this is a very smaller university in compared to other universities in Pittsburgh, PA. So I will talk about the rankings in the second session, but those rankings will be the global ones. So that's the reason I want to share here. There are some certification systems, specific goals like energy building. So for example, in this campus, we see peer certification. So this helps to measure and improve the power system's performance and electricity delivery system, because the goal is not to get any electricity from the grid of the city. So we see that's covering the 6 categories for evaluation, like reliability and resiliency, energy efficiency, operations, grid services, regional priority, and innovation. So out of 110 points, this campus received 56 in 2021. So other than these energy initiatives, we see great examples that is completely designed from scratch, like High Tunnel. High Tunnel is a greenhouse that's completely heated by solar thermal system. As you can imagine, in conventional systems, what they do is they grow their own vegetables and they use in the restaurants and cafes that feeds the personnel and students, so they don't have to purchase from other parties. There is an agroecology garden. So this is a great demo of connecting with the audience in the city with public. So there are several projects with K-12 students, but also the university students. They have ecological projects. There are El Salma fields, for example, they do some crop research, the ideal conditions for soil quality, different climates, and what happens with different natural pesticides. There's an aquaculture lab. Like this is a fresh aquaculture system. They also do some research on different fish species. We see a movable hoop house. That's also a great example. So it can move based on the need on the field, and that can grow from very early stage to later stage. And also based on season. This campus is located in a very like harsh winter location, but it also have lovely summertime. So the needs keep changing based on climate. We see an orchard, and that also is used for not only for their students, but for also public activities. We also see maple sugar bush they extract. There's a shiitake laying yard. There are beehives that students can also learn and experiment about the mechanism of natural pollination. And there's a farm, there are cows, and they also use it for their own needs on campus. So this is, yes, very unique and a great example, very idealistic, very challenging to manage, and their population in terms of student and personnel is much lower to what you see in conventional universities. But this is a great living lab, living campus. They change based on the needs, based on the population. That's the reason I wanted to share what they are doing on that campus. There are, if we look at more ecological perspective, what they're doing in terms of sustainability projects, there are rain gardens, which I will mention tomorrow more in detail. Those rain gardens are helping to collect stormwater, and so it has dual purpose, one for more landscape, one more for like a collection system. There are some educational landscape features, like they can use as a fuel, like for small concerts, but at the same time, it can be used for rainwater collection purpose. There are different of foundations for like plantings, herbs, and agricultural patterns student can experience, because in parallel, they have environmental and engineering programs that students are studying meanwhile. So this is their kind of labs to test and learn and experiment. And there's invasive species management, of course, more like nature friendly. The conservation efforts is, this is also unique because the campus is located on the woodlands. So they are like 40% of campus land is under permanent conservation. And they also partner with the local NGOs for conserve the fruit trees, the bird count stations, and some natural play areas. So they work with other organizations. In terms of biodiversity enhancement, we see also they work on some ecosystem projects in the hardwood forest. So there are like more than 1,000 new trees and 4,000 shrubs that are planted. And there are, in terms of species numbers, 59 tree species and 55 shrub species, which is great richness for a campus activity. For water resources management, this is one of the most challenging tasks, and it changes campus to campus. For example, this campus sits in the headwaters of Ohio and Mississippi River, so they have more responsibility in terms of their discharge. And also the water quality historically was a challenge for them overall in terms of agricultural practices, invasive plants, and municipal sewer overflows. I should remind you, this is a very old city, so the environmental infrastructure is not designed for the increased population. Later, it became a very big city, so we see very constantly overflowing sewage systems, and it's combined, it's not separate. So there's no rainwater collection system versus sewage. It is combined, so that can pollute, contaminate the river water. So we also see that the wetlands that are constructed for wastewater systems, so there are specific plants that can be used to absorb certain pollutants. So these are more experimental, and there are 24 rain gardens. I will mention more in technical perspective tomorrow. For water reuse and research, it's great that they already designed the campus that way. So they use the treated wastewater for irrigation that I showed you in greenhouse, and also toilet flushing. So it's already integrated. It was designed that way. There is a field lab with treated sanitary effluents. So they use that water for aquaculture lab and also for ongoing research to recover nutrients in that water. And there are 5 water sources utilization, like city potable water, harvested rainwater, gray water, TSC, and aquaculture effluent. All these are recycled or reused in a sense. In terms of stormwater, their efficiency is pretty high. All stormwater is treated to remove 85% of total suspended solids and 100% removal for infiltrated water. And their wastewater system also produce high quality effluents, like lower than 10 milligrams per liter TSS. And the excess treated water recharged to groundwater with biological active soils. So these are great examples from Eden Hall campus. So overall, all these initiatives, one, they are ongoing and some of them are completed because it has been a decade. When they asked the students, they said like over 68% report the campus has increased their knowledge of sustainability strategies for energy, water, and landscape. And 96% of students, faculty, and staff reported that campus sustainability features may have increased their knowledge of sustainability. So these initiatives have overall impact, not only for physical practices or operations on campus, but on individuals and how they act and how they live their lives, there's a behavioral change. So they also have all these initiatives have some other impacts on health and wellness. As you can imagine, it's not one way of contributing. So that was the most detailed campus I would mention. So now briefly, I'll talk about other campuses for specific purposes that I will mention. So for example, in Princeton University from the US, when we look at that, they focus on infrastructure planning. Why? Because the campus is and the buildings are very, very old. And when they need more space, they invested in, I think, 2009 and 17, yes, I wrote it there. They had a master plan initiated with $45 million. They had to design new buildings. So they focused on the sustainability of the buildings. Just like the pier, there is a certification, as you know, LEED. So they focused on how to achieve that highest sustainability of a building. So they did life cycle cost analysis, and they considered also carbon dioxide tax to decide the best design. So they did all this analysis before the decision process. Then they decided the raw material design and all the other parts of the design process. So when we look at their master plan, we see a baseline and we see how their performance is going in 2018 and their target in the future. So when we look at the reduced GHG to achieve net zero, we see that there is a significant progress from 2008 to 2018. But they are like very soon, 2026, they want to go down 73. And in 20 years from that point, they want to achieve net zero. When we look at the water, very interestingly, from the baseline to their current monitor time, there's an increase. And then they are planning to decrease. That can depend on the first population, the second, the construction activities. And another, I think, significant progress would be they had no stormwater management at all. And they achieved to at least half of their target in 2018. And then they're planning to achieve almost catching the majority of the stormwater and reusing on their campus. So when we look at, I'm sorry, like I might be checking my phone. My dad is in surgery, and because I promised to be here, I didn't go to hospital. My head is there, so sometimes I'm looking at there if there's any progress. I apologize for that. So when we look at the reduced waste and sustainable purchasing, so we see that they are considering the full life cycle of their decisions and how it's contributing to their impact. So I can see that they have high targets for recycling and reuse. So another good graph from their report is the building area included a GHG inventory per square feet. And we see that in blue line, you see the carbon dioxide emission trend lines. In dark blue, it's the emission objectives. And the green is the building area included in GHG inventory. So these are not easy calculations, by the way, to do. So you have very you need high resolution data for assumptions to be able to make these calculations. So this is in metric tons carbon dioxide. And we see that the GHG inventory per area is increasing from 1990s. They can do that predictions. And to be able to achieve their net zero targets, still there's a lot to do. I can see from the blue line, but I'm seeing that with the projects that I will show in a second, they might be achieving that. That's a big, big target if you consider their current data. But they have some cogeneration planned. They also have some sustainability actions. So they might really achieve that. They have some strategies. If you look at their 2026 target and 2046 target, majority of this progress is based on how they use their energy resources. So we see that steam to heating, hot water conversion, and geo-exchange is very common on US campuses. And potentially they will purchase green electricity, which means that those are the electricity generated by renewable energy sources, not fossil. So that might also help them to decrease their emission impact, and some unknown, of course. There's always some uncertainty with calculations. So when you look at their ongoing campus stormwater management, it is not easy to do construction on these very old campuses. If you have ever been at Princeton University, it is not a modern construction zone. So it might be more costly, and it might take longer time due to the current design and existing infrastructure. So we see that they are going to use, I will give a better look tomorrow about what those mean, but like we see green roofs, we see bioretention and rain gardens, some porous pavements, some buffer restoration, subsurface infiltration, underfield storage, and rainwater harvesting. These are going to maximize their stormwater collection systems, so they will be able to use that water for different purposes to achieve their goals. When we look at Cornell University, likewise in Princeton, they also focus on how they use energy, but they are also focusing on carbon neutrality by 2035. And they have all these plans, mostly based on, again, energy use. We see the priorities, the energy, how they get the energy and how they use it. So efficiency is also part of the discussion. So their GHG inventory, we see they follow the scope 1, 2, 3, and how they can achieve with, like, there's an important discussion about transportations and the parts that also purchase from off campus, and how they also contribute from their own actions on campus. So again, they also focus on LEED certification. LEED is very common in the US. We see that now it's more common across the globe. I see also in Turkey, buildings are applying or designed for specific LEED certification targets. So we see that also that for their water, energy, resources, etc. They have in some, they have good scores like energy and atmosphere. In some, they're not doing that amazingly, but that's independent from them, like regional priority. And this is their master plan. Oh, this is the Texas A&M's. Okay, I'm sorry. We see Texas A&M's the master plan here. They also started with specific targets. We see that this is a great example. It took a long time just to achieve the master plan, because to be able to design these master plans, you have to invite all stakeholders. This means the institutions, departments, centers on campus and also off-campus stakeholders, to be able to find the ideal realistic targets for each category. Likewise, they're trying to build some actions for specific to achieve specific SDGs, like we see again energy, stormwater, campus mobility, like transportation, all kinds, and built environment and site design. For a different also region, because the climate is also a very important factor for campuses. East coast of the US is very different than West, North, Central, and South are very different. So when we look at from the West Coast also, we see that campuses are focusing on all their carbon dioxide equivalent of their actions. And throughout the year, we see that some fluctuations, but overall there are some improvements, but it's not as significant as we see the other ones, but at least they categorize their scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 net emissions differentiation. And they're also trying to achieve net zero by 2025. They are trying to increase their renewable energy use. This is the important part, because on campus and off campus are completely different decision processes. Off campuses are independent from sometimes their control, right? So if it is available, campus can purchase it from the grid. If it's not available, like in my country, what you're going to do, you have to generate your own electricity on campus, or you can't purchase it from the grid. Like green electricity is not an option. But we see a good progress in energy use intensity. That gives us a good idea about efficiency. So there is an actual intensity and there is a target. So they are very close to that target. But also there are some other, I want to show you, there are some other elements of this sustainability initiatives, like food related. How did they get their food? Is it locals? Where did it imported? That they are considering the full life cycle of each product and service. So that can contribute their carbon footprint and water footprint immensely if they are importing very far. So the food is number one, building is another one. They achieved good number of platinum. And transportation is another one. For example, if the campus is biking friendly, then that is contributing immensely, because students, I will show you in a second, my university has moved to a new campus, and that new campus is a little bit on the slope. So some parts is bike friendly, some parts are not. So students have to use public buses. So I apologize, I will skip some part, but I can share this presentation with you. There are a few more examples. I want to give you some examples for the other two elements. These are different continent examples for design that this is my university. We are now in Maltepe. We were in Göztepe, a very old neighborhood. And now we are located in a very big, large green area. The first two phases are completed. So School of Engineering, my school, and technology moved as first phase. Last October, other 5 schools came, and we are waiting for the third phase. So we have since this campus is designed from scratch, our like rooftops have PV units. We have some wind unit plants on campus. This is a very green campus. But geographically, it is not that easy to implement some constructions. But we also use some sustainable vehicles and bicycle sharing systems. And also we are very strict about smoking, because students are smoking heavily and they can't do that close to buildings. And there are some biodiversity initiatives and water collection plans that I can talk about if you like tomorrow. But a good example from Turkey can be from Middle East Technical University. They have their own treatment facility on campus because normally you have to transfer to combined system and then the municipality will treat it, but they are treating their own for reuse purposes. I have 2 more minutes, so I will talk about this final two here, the academic programs and research. So we see great examples for this, because when we talk about academic programs, we only think about our department's courses for undergraduate and graduate students, but also it is more than that. I gave you examples from like K-12 student collaboration, which is very important, or workshops, or even for elderly citizens projects. Campuses can be great places for that. So, but this takes time. And this, this takes time just to plan it. To give you a good idea, this is from UC Berkeley. I got access from their website, how many courses are designed specifically for sustainability. In 3 years, there's a great number of undergraduate and graduate courses, and they achieve. Designing a new course is a big task, and there is an allocation between departments, so it is not only by civil and environmental engineering, by all like social science, even from School of Religion, there is a sustainability that can contribute. And also for other tasks that can contribute to sustainability, we see great examples across the world. They collaborate with NGOs to increase the public awareness for environmental issues, and also for their to answer overall their questions. We see a great example from University of Tasmania, and how at early age students can learn about sustainability perspective. I don't want to exceed my time. I will be happy to share this, and I will cover this overall part in my next session. If you have any questions, I will be very happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanifa, for your really exciting presentation. That there are full of detailed information that which are really important not only for the sustainability of the university, but quite important in detailed information for the um, ranking agencies, which I would say that nowadays Uzbekistan also to be in the top universities in the world is kind of quite important issue, because you know well that to be in the top universities in the list, that we can how to say, can get more investment from the very well financed companies, and also the international students and staff can be involved more. In such case, there's the sustainability of the universities, and to be in the ranking in the top universities, it's highly important for us as well. Now, I would like to give the audience to give the questions. Please, participants, if you have any questions, please unmute yourself and you can give your question to our uh, expert, Dr. Nur Hanifa Uray. Yes, Professor Karimov.
Thank you very much. I am Professor Bakhtiar Karimov, ecologist at the Department of Ecology and Water Resources Management at TAM National Research University here, together with Ilham. Thank you very much, Ms. Orak, for your very interesting presentation. Yeah. So I should tell you that you have described Chatham University campus. It looks like paradise garden. It's paradise garden for everybody, not only for university people stuff. So we see again that in America there are unlimited possibilities to construct or to develop sustainable campuses like this. My question is, it looks like that this university campus is situated in a suburban area, not in the city center, not within the city. Yeah, it's a suburban area where you have a lot of areas a lot of green and a lot of water, just to say nature. Yeah, you have very large natural landscape where you can develop or you can construct sustainable university campus like Chatham University campus. Yeah, you understand my question? Should sustainable campus be situated outside the urban areas, or is it possible also within the large cities or within the megapolises like Tashkent city, like, for example, Berlin city, or for example, Astana city? Yeah, you understand, yeah?
Yeah.
This is
Thank you very much for the question. I completely agree. That campus is like ideal world, and it shouldn't be the target for campuses to achieve. But it's a great inspiration. We see how they manage to do their daily activities, and constantly they are learning and implementing. I think that's the best part. The whole campus is a lab for them. It's like a laboratory. They experiment on it. So your question is that actually it has been an ongoing discussion. Like, should campuses should be in cities or like more suburb areas where students should go and focus on their cities, far from city stress, etc. So there is no correct answer, but definitely we see that campuses are more in the cities in our countries, because first, transportation. Right, students locate in a dormitory or living with their families. So transportation is very important. They are not staying on campuses, not all of them, some of them maybe in dorms. And it's heavily contributing to the life cycle of the campus, because if it is further, then it means that first, from the transportation, they're going to contribute more to carbon dioxide emissions in that sense. And there it will also increase all other resources consumption to be there. For example, right now, there's another discussion in Turkey. We wake up very early. It's dark because we stopped doing daytime adjustments years ago. So should we go back to the previous one because we are consuming too much electricity to light the streets, to light the houses, etc. So I think there's no correct answer, but I think each city and each country has its own dynamics and priorities and character. And I think the idea is we should be able to develop a strategy for each case, each scenario. We shouldn't be the ones that are choosing the ideal location. But what would we do if it was here? When we look at the smaller Scandinavian universities, they don't have surface area, but they are using it amazingly with architecture. They call it green architecture. So the way they design buildings is maximizing using the resources. So thank you so much for the question. I hope I helped, but there is no ideal solution for that. And you're right, Eden Hall campus of Chatham University is located very suburb of Pittsburgh, PA. So you have to drive a long time from the city center. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, Professor Karimov, and for your answer. All right. And any questions from the Zoom participants?
No, I have one more question.
Yes, please, Professor Karimov.
I see that we are very close scientists. We are colleagues. Yeah, we are working. I am personally working also on the issues, ecological issues like this. My personal opinion, we have still time. If it needs to relocate some of other universities to suburban areas, you understand me, from the city, especially from the city center. For example, our university is situated on the city center, on the Tashkent city center, and we have very limited, to say, areas, yeah, territory. So if we want to develop sustainability like Chatham University did, we need more territory, but we don't have it here. Therefore, do we urge our science or policymakers to work on the relocation of our universities to the suburban areas in order to build more or less sustainable campuses for the future?
That's a big question, very big question. I think you might have better ideas than me in that case, because I think you have been thinking on it. What I observed, very interesting, that it might be helpful. My university has like separate 6, 7 campuses because it's one of the oldest state universities of the country. So it's like in Asia side, Europe side, we had some campuses. So this project, when it was launched years ago, they said we are gonna merge all the campuses and move to Maltepe. Maltepe is not, back in time it was a suburb, but now it's not. It is city center, but it's a very large green area. It was belonged to army. Now they transferred to us. So you're right. For in that sense, we had the luxury to design from scratch. So the buildings have gray water collection systems. There are solar PV units. We have green rooftops for specific plants to collect water, to increase air quality, etc. This was great, but at the same time, it came with a great initial cost. So I am not sure if there is any publication about cost analysis of this, cost performance. I think that's a great area to do some research. That's a great question. But if there is a possibility, yes, that would be great. But I should remind you, there are also some pros of being close to the city area, city center area, but it's how we manage and how we use the land. It's about it. And you're right, sometimes we need space for new initiatives.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Dr. Ture Niyazova.
There is not a question, but I have been to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and lived 2 months in Green Tree, and I can just testify that Pittsburgh is a really green. And deer, turkeys, squirrels, and hares are running around and everywhere. And my sister complains all the time that deer eat her tomatoes as soon as they ripen, and no one touches them, doesn't chase them away. And it's her hobby, planting some tomato, cucumbers, and others. And they have a river crossing the city. And Pittsburgh is located in forest, I could say. And it's easy, maybe it's easy to have a green environment and surrounding. But what to do when we have a scarce of water, poor quality of land, and how to make the university green?
That's great. Yeah, that's a great, because that's the reason I mentioned climate is very important. There are many campuses that are located in the desert, right? UAE, Saudi Arabia, like some cities are green in Saudi Arabia, some cities are not. Like they're dealing with very high temperature. Last year, I did my sabbatical in the UAE, in Dubai. We were by the desert. We had like palm trees in a building. It was closed area. So I think, but the campus was not designed with a sustainability perspective where I visit. That's the main challenge. That's why the sustainability initiatives are more important for geographies like us. When you don't have that capacity of nature, how you're going to maximize what you have on land. So that's the reason I'm, especially for water stress areas, When water is an issue, reuse should be prioritized, right? When there's energy is an issue, then energy sources and how we use the efficiency should be prioritized. Like the switching, sometimes it looks, that's the reason I put here payback periods. Sometimes switching to a new electronic device can be very costly, but when you look at in 10 years how much you're going to save from electricity consumption, that's a great imbalance. So that's a great investment. So these pre-calculations should be done to give the best decisions. And also, you're right, we all have different limitations and stresses in our cities and countries. So I think our prioritization should be very different than Northern America, Central Europe, or Northern Europe. We have completely different scenarios, so our solutions should be different than theirs. I agree.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Well, thank you very much. So now we will continue with the second expert, Dr. Ayas Mamadov. So we just split the presentations to two parts in order to give some relate to our experts. That's why let me give the next speech to next presentation to Dr. Ayas Mamadov from Western Caspian University, Azerbaijan, on the topic global perspectives on sustainability in higher education, case studies and insights. Dr. Mamadov, floor is yours.
Okay, let me share my presentation. Okay. It's visible, my presentation?
Yes, it's visible. Make it full screen and go ahead, please.
Okay, hello again. Today I will present my topic, global perspectives on sustainable in higher education and cause studies and insights. Why we need a global education? Because global education is a process of individual and collective growth with, which allows to transformation and self-transformation. It's a social practice and a permanent preparation of life in which the acquisition of operative and emotional competence for analyzing and thinking critically about reality empowers education and learners to become active social agent. Yeah, higher education essential role in sustainability. They are key agents in the education, future leaders that will contribute to successful United Nations Sustainable Development Goals like SDG. Implementation, the geography of the SDG, this implementation is very heterogeneous, but it's clear that higher education institutions contribute decisively to creating industry that facilitates the dissemination of SDGs principle. This perspective paper analyzed the impact of higher education on sustainability and challenges and the barriers associated with the process. The higher education this is related to the implementation, but especially to goal one. This is the end poverty in all its forms everywhere. goals to ensure healthy lives and promote the well-being for all at all ages. Goal 5, gender equality. Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. And goal 12, responsibility, consumption and production. And goal 13, climate change. And 16 is peace, justice, and strong institutions. And the four main stages of transformative learning are strongly linked to this process. The first is to analyze a critique of the present world situation, vision what alternative dominant models might look like, the development of a set of competences, fostering a democratic culture, and a process of changes towards responsible goal citizenship. This is the main branches of the global education. There are many definitions of global education. The Maastricht Global Education Declaration, which approved 2002. There are two main stages. Global education is the education that open people's eyes and mind the realities of the globalized world and awakens them to bring about the world greater justice, equity, and human rights for all. Global education is understood to encompass development, education, human rights education, education for sustainability, education for peace and conflict prevention, and intercultural education being the global dimension of education for citizenship. Both local and global education consistently articulates different agents of education development. Development education, human rights education, education for society, for peace, and conflict prevention, citizenship education, gender and children's right education, intercultural and interfaith and education, discriminant education, social, economic education, and environmental, etc. In order to define the common grounds of global educations. The transformational agents, the higher education sector has tremendous impact of students, habit, and contribution to processor society. However, to establish the required changes in education, sustainability principles needs to be at the heart of higher institution stages, for example, curriculum modus operandi, and the key to be incorporated is organization culture. Only by learning, by example, the external influences to the society will be possible. Implementing SDGs, key aspects such as gender equality, reduce waste reduction, and energy consumptions. Our world today, globalized world on education, as a result of many ties to interdependence among the countries, the world we live in has evolved into a globalized system. Recent history unquestionably shows that lives of the men and the women of this planet may be affected by events and process thousands of kilometers away. Worldwide financial, economic, geographical, and social relation, communication, technologies, media, and transport have generated a flow of people, goods, and information that has become increasingly unique. Globalization has a different impact locally and cause number of tensions to which there have been a variety of local responses. The pedagogical concept of global education, globalization poses fundamental challenges for all area of education in every country. It provides access to people, culture, economies, and languages in a new way. In this context, educational global issues may have regarded purely in market-driven terms as enhancing the skills and knowledge to be efficient consumers and workers in global economy. For those who have access to the market. That behind said importance of education lies in helping people recognize their role and their individual and collective responsibilities as active members of this global community in the sense of engagement for social and economic justice for all and for protection and restoration of the Earth's ecosystem. The education helped to create a specific condition for international understanding as it leads to the knowledge about communities and the differences and the development of specific skills and behaviors, patterns of availability, openness, and dialogue, as well as the capacity of the constructive conviviality in a social diverse context, valuing people participation and active citizenship. The construction of collective visions of development at various levels, which involve as many actors as possible. The creation of positive relation among social actors, the independent identification of the actors, their role and their potential contribution for change, transformation, as well as how elements of power interacts. The construction of consensus, legitimacy, and joint work, searching for more knowledge and ways to solve problems. Under the strengthening of the learning and citizen participation in various steps of global learning process, the need for having a discussion for widening this participation, the diverse way those challenges can be faced and their limitations. The attainment of measurable results which reflect improvements in the learning environment in which the educational intervention of global education take place. The ability of bridge the gap between real and digital dimension of extensive understanding the media messages and developing a healthy relationship with digital life. The development of life skills have equal access and opportunities in the world's financial trade, communication, and social markets also in reference to banking system, financial marketing, logistics, and communication optimization technology. Principles of global education methods are comprehensive and holistic, values-based, carefully designed according to needs, to context, and related evolution. Practices within the learner-centered pedagogy, designed to develop critical thinking and understanding about diversity, problem-oriented, participatory in the process, and the goal intentionally directed towards transformative learning. Global education calls for integration of formal, non-formal, and informal education. Policymaking in education is often times directed on the formal education system. In global education, it's argued that formal education needs to be synchronized with informal and non-formal education, and practices as socialization and learning happening at all three levels at the same time. Equal educational opportunity. The principle of equal educational opportunity is basic to social mobility. Social mobility implies fair changes for all learners, regardless of gender, cultural affiliations, religions, social class, ethnics, and community, in order to develop competences enabling to progress the choose a professional career. Practice as fundamental conditions of education to learn and know is a process that relates theory and the practices in a dialogical interaction that creates knowledge and critical understanding. The notions of praxis as the recommendation methodology for constructing knowledge is supported by global education. Global education as a dialogical act. Global education supports the idea that communicative actions is part of the search for knowledge and part of the way to share knowledge with others. Therefore, dialogue is not only an act of human understanding of other, but also methods for learning. Education as a process of individual, collective, and social transformation. The global education intentionally calls for transformative learning, intending to dismantle the culture of violence and injustice, and replacing it by human actions and practice learning in an education process. Education, creating critical and participatory thinking. Global education promotes learners' ability to build autonomous thinking and participate in decision-making process that play active role in parallel to learning. Education as a livelihood training on democracy and participation, civic responsibility can be fostered when learning have a role in improving the society, supporting social justice, working to solve collective problems, and education as a practice of freedom, global education supports the idea of the social and political nature of knowledge and education as a process of awareness of reality. Hence, the field of education cannot be reduced to an ivory towers, but finds its identity also in the praxis involving reflections and actions, activities by learners and educators alike. The learning process is global. Education has to be a practice of freedom for both parts. Fostering participation through global education. Citizen and youth participation in society. The impact of global education can be measured by the level of awareness, engagement, and the participation of people in society and their ability to leverage power relations and different level favor of common goods. Understand ladder to public participation is in the students of engagement and participation, the tools presented by Sherry Einstein, a community developer, allows to detecting the critical difference between going through empty ritual and of participation and having the real power needed to affect the outcome of process. Einstein defined citizen participation in the ladder of citizen participation. It's a chart of Einstein. There are 8 steps: manipulation, theory, informing. Manipulation and theory is connected to non-participation, informing, consulting, and PlayStation tokenism, and partnership, delegated power, and citizen contract belongs to citizen power. Young people participate in society. The ability to participate in and influence decision-making process with a democratic approaches in circular to act as a global citizen, whether in school. The ideas of sustainable behaviors, some of areas where critical consumers can contribute to improve planet and human rights condition are prevailing zero kilometer small scale agriculture rather than mass market realities, using public collective transportation means, privileging accountable and transparent fashion retails that pay for a fair share to employees, valuing real economy purchases system over big online realities, choosing the renewable energy provides over fossil fuel energy. The explanation of the steps of the two ladders is similar, and it can be described as follows. Ranks first to 3, young people are manipulated, decoration, and young people are tokenized as the bottom of the ladder. Reference to models non-participation in which adults define priorities, objectives, and actions, and young people simply assist with no role in decision-making process. Ranks of 4 to 6 young people are assigned, and young people are consulted, informed, and adult-initiated share decisions with young people at middle and of the ladder. Reference to models of co-participation in the decision-making process, where young people can develop leadership competence while adults and mentoring and supervising their activities. And rank 7 and 8, young people initiate and direct, and the young people initiate and share decision with the adults. Refers to models of genuine participation where young people are competent to analyze specific issues, critically think about considerate solution, take actions engaging the wider community to promote changes in individual behaviors and national or international policies. It's a global educational competence. You see knowledge, values, attitudes, and skills. The understanding and appreciate the perspectives and world views of others, and engage in open, appropriate, and effective interactions across culture, take action for collective well-being and sustainable development, and examine local, global, and intercultural issues. The concepts of global competence and global citizenship include concepts of education for democratic culture and human rights education, largely by sharing the common goal of improvement of learners and as autonomous social agents, capability choosing and pursuing their own goals in life with a framework that is provided by democratic institutions and respect for human rights. This improving process implies changing the self and change the society for implies the other. The framework of competence for democratic culture. So there are values, attitudes, skills, and knowledge and critical understanding. There are 4 main competence, and there are competences for 20 competence of RFCDS model. Values, valuing human dignity and human rights, valuing cultural diversity, valuing democracy, justice, fairness, equality, and the role of law. Attitudes are opinions to culture, otherness, and other beliefs for world views and practices, respects civic mindedness, responsibility, self-efficiency, tolerance, and ambiguity. Knowledge and critical understanding of self, knowledge and critical understanding of language and communication, knowledge and critical understanding of the world, politics, law, human rights, culture, cultures, religions, history, media, economies, and environment sustainability. They are knowledge and critical understanding. It's skills, autonomous learning skills, analytical and critical thinking skills, skills of listening and observing, empathy, flexibility and adaptability, linguistic, communicative and political skills, cooperation skills, and conflict resolution skills. If you take, for example, one of the challenges listed above as our topic, and focus on the competence, knowledge, and the critical understanding of, we need to unpack this topic, several learning operation comprising knowledge, for example, the body of information related to specific issues, understanding the comprehension and appreciation of the meaning of that knowledge, the analysis of information, and critical understanding, comprehension and appreciations of the diverse meaning and perspectives of that topic in the context of the relation between the global and local, involving active reflection on the critical evolution of that topic, which is being understood and interpreted. Education for global competence allows learners to care about global issues and critically understand the local consequences of such issues. It also enables learners to actively address local issues that have global impact. And the global competence unpacks the complex web of interrelationship existing between people, places, issues, and events in the world today. Global education develops the values, skills, attitudes, and knowledge and critical understanding that equip young people work together to bring about change and take control of their lives. For this to be reality, different communication methods with students are needed. For example, different students' academic level. Nevertheless, critical challenges need to be tackled in the institution inside and outside institution environment, such as incorporation, sustainability, principle, political, environmental, and stakeholders' interests. The global population is projected to reach 9.7 billion by 2050. To support the current level of resources, consumptions, energy use, and waste production around 2.3 planets Earth to require. To be reduce the ecological footprints is vital to produce more knowledge and find effective forms to effective transfer the information created to the broader public to be implemented effectively. I took some information from different sources. As you know, several authors highlighted the importance of environmental related topics to reduce ecological footprint, while others considered it limited efficiency. And despite the contracting results, its key education is critical to achieving sustainability. The establishment of education for sustainability is geographically unequal, and more efforts are needed to reduce the differences around the world. In December 2010, it was declared in the period from 2005 to 2014, the United Nations decided of the education for sustainable development of emphasis in importance of education increases for sustainability. The overall objectives as integrate the principal values, practices of sustainable development into all aspects of education and learning, and create a more sustainable future in terms of environmental integrity, economic viability, and just society for present and future generation. Several virtual advances were achieved under the strategies such as convergence between education and sustainability agendas, the inclusion of sustainability issues in education system, the engagement of a large number of stakeholders, the increasing of legal commitments, the inclusion of sustainability issues in the entire learning environmental, the promotion of critical thinking, participatory and problem-based learning, and integration of education for sustainability in formal education. Overall, of the United Nations decide of education for sustainable development of the there was increase of research focused on education for sustainability and high recognition in the international arena that education is key sustainability, and that many countries are committed to establish solid education for sustainable development. In 2015, the United Nations General Assembly adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, to be achieved by 2030. The main of these 17 goals is to secure a sustainable, peaceful, prosperous, and equitable life on Earth for everyone and in the future. And the report of the Opening Working Group proposal Sustainable Development Goals highlights four critical shifts that made the 15 years period of Millennial Development Goals different from the current period of SDG. First, drastically higher human impacts of the physical Earth, and the second is rapid technological changes, and third, increasing inequality and growing diffusion and complexity of governance. From the report. Aiming to face and take these issues, UNESCO states that education is a key instrument in achieving the SDGs by increasing the knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, critical thinking, competences, systemic thinking, responsibility, and empower to future generation to have a capacity to make the necessary transformational changes in our world. The Interim Declaration describes education as a fundamental human rights and the basis for parenting the realization of other rights, quality education for goal 4. The K achieves all the SDGs. UNESCO highlights that it's the most effective way to meet all SDGs to act towards sustainable development. Education is at front line of many development from primary school to tertiary school education and lifelong learning. And UNESCO defines education for sustainable development as a source of improvement for the learning to take informed decision and responsible actions for environmental integrity, economic viability, and just society for present and future generation while respecting cultural diversity. According to Bell, this is because of its essence, sustainability could be perceived as a challenges of humankind and a challenge to learning to life more sustainability. Do we have time or I have to stop here?
Yeah, it's time that we should stop your presentation, and now we can give the floor for the questions from the audience.
Mhm.
Dear participants, do you have any questions? You are welcome to give. I have a question, Dr. Mamad, that I would like to ask your how to say your thought, that your experience, that can you give us a very good example case study that which is that really sustainability will implemented in any university, and maybe at your university, can you give some example of sustainability very well done?
For sustainability and okay, in our university we have some project for global education and sustainability. We have a cooperation international universities from European and some we have cooperation with Uzbekistan's university, some university to making scientific research and together with doing project on some research with different fields like biology and others, and we have Nurboy long education, which is and we do some workshop, seminar, conferences for public awareness for different environmental, for example, ecological, and for example, 2 months ago we established an international conference of mountains, culture, and biodiversity, which is a help to aware public and global university community. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker for today's seminar, who is Mr. Ibrahim Mashrabaliyev from the Central Asian Green University, Uzbekistan, who is the manager of academic cooperation at the Green University.
Assalamu alaikum,
Alaikum.
dear participants, and thank you very much for inviting me for this event. And it's a pleasure to address you here and to represent the Green University. As I was introduced, my name is Ibrahim Mashrabaliyev, and I'm the manager of academic cooperation and program development department. Before I start, well, my presentation basically about our university, the Green University, like a very new established university. So before I start my presentation, let me play a video about our university, like about 3 minutes video. Then I go on with the presentation. Please give me a second. So, talking about the university itself, the university is located in the suburb of Tashkent city, right next to Yunusobod district. It is in the Tashkent region. And the location is formally called as Dendro Park. There was more than 80, I think, 80 hectares of forest of Dendro Park. And over the last 30, 40 years, it has been, misused. And we are now trying to renovate all this park from the very scratch. And the buildings that we are located now, like two buildings in the campus, the buildings were already there. It was not built from the scratch. It has been renovated. So the university, the full name of the university is Central Asian University of Environmental and Climate Change Studies, Green University, and we are positioning ourselves like advancing climate education in Central Asia. So the university was established by the presidential decrees number 81 and 174 of the Republic of Uzbekistan as a state higher education, education institution under Ministry of Ecology, Environmental Protection, and Climate Change. So our vision is clear: to be a globally recognized institution and leading research and education in climate change and sustainable development. Our mission is to empower the future leaders advancing sustainable solutions and fostering regional cooperation for Central Asia resilience. And of course, we also value integrity, sustainability, and collaboration. So the Green University was actually is structured under the hub and spoke model, where the university serves as a hub and several specialized institutions serve as a spoke. So on the Green University, there are 3 research institutes. They are Research Institute of Environment and Nature Conservation Technologies, which is about 60 years old already, and Research Institute of Forestry, more than 100 years old. Research Institute of Hydrometeorology, next year they're going to celebrate like 100-year anniversary. And there are also 2 technical colleges, Technical College of Forestry, Technical College of Hydrometeorology, and 1 scientific application center called Eco Energy. And we also have the Center for Training and Retraining, Advanced Training. And also we have like 1 school and 1 preschool organization under the Green University. So from the organizations, institutions under the Green University, you can see that we are trying to clusterize the environmental education from the very beginning, like from very preschool organization, continuing with school, technical college, university, and research institute. So Central Asia is currently facing what our president, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, has called a triple planetary crisis, a combination of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Our region experiences rising temperatures, increasing water shortages, and troubling frequency of dust storms, all of which demand urgent localized solutions. I can give you here some environmental statistics, such as, like for example, since 1850, temperature has risen by an average of 1.1 degree globally. But in Central Asia, it is 2.2, which is double. And our president has also mentioned this in the United Nations General Assembly, that Central Asia is has already become very vulnerable in front of climate change. And another statistics I can give you, like over the 70 years, water in Amudarya and Sirdarya has decreased by more than 30%. And it is like in the next 20 years, it is estimated, I can say. Dropped from 3,000 to 1,500 cubic meters. And severe dust storms. Because of the Aral tragedy, we are very, severe dust storms. For example, just from Aral Sea, like former Aral Sea, we can say, right? From Aral Sea region, like
I wonder if internet connection is worse from my side or
No, I can't hear as well.
okay. I
Yes.
see.
Yes, that's next.
oh, sorry, I
Okay.
think it got disconnected, and let me continue my presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. So yeah, as a university solely dedicated to environment, climate change studies, and we are trying to provide the solutions. We're trying to develop solutions that can serve not only our region, but also the regions or the countries across the globe with the similar climate conditions. And regarding the academic programs, so our academic programs reflect the international excellence spirit with the focus on regional environmental priorities. So we follow the European quality assurance standards, and all the academic programs that have been launched at Green University and in the credit model system, ECTS, and they are all in English. The medium of instruction is English. So the launched bachelor's degrees and master's degree programs, they are all developed by international experts, considering the regional climate issues, and to nurture the experts or specialists who can offer the solutions of the region to the environmental issues. So we have the bachelor's degree programs of environmental and sustainable management, environment and economics, ecology and public administration. And master's degree, we have sustainable development, sustainable finance, environmental law, and environmental communication. As you can see in even by the name of the programs, the academic programs that were launched at Green University, they are all interdisciplinary and not only covering the environment, like purely environment, but study the environment with the other fields like economics, sustainability, management, administration, law, even the communication, like eco-journalism. And we also we offer distinctive educational experience focused on 1 second. Okay. Yep. focused on environmental and climate change studies, combining our strong regional expertise with international standards. Our program stands out through its research-based practical learning approach, and we support exceptional students through the merit-based scholarships, which is called scholarship, Minister of Ecology Scholarship, and ensuring access to quality education for talented individuals who are passionate about environmental solutions. So also the university is very young. It was established last year in May 31st. We have had we have celebrated several milestones over the past period. So the first I can talk about is we launched our first academic year in January this year, like in the beginning of the year. And at the same time, in February 10, we celebrated very big event, which was like opening our campus with the participation of all the environment and climate change. I mean, environment and I think it is natural resources ministries of Central Asian countries. And we also had an opening ceremony of the first regional office of IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature. And at the same time, we held post-COP28 discussions at the university, as I said, with the participation of the local and international experts. And we also held our first international conference called Environmental Impacts of the Desiccation of the RLC, where we hosted over 25 international experts with like more than 80 like local experts. And in May, June, the university organized visits to schools and lyceums to raise the public awareness of first of all, the university, and the second, the environmental, to develop the environmental awareness. And this year in September, we launched our second academic year, and one of the biggest events I can say was the visit of our president, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, to our university, where he met the students, the lecturers, experts, and of course, where he gave like a couple of ideas how to develop the Green University, and this also shows the fact that the government is paying a lot of attention to the environmental issues and to their solutions. So let me share some of our key accomplishments reflecting our dedication to advancing environmental education, research, and community engagement. So on campus, we have completed the reconstruction of 2 major buildings. So as I said, these 2 buildings were already there, like in absolute. You also had a chance to see them in absolute, situation before it was renovated. So these 2 buildings were renovated from the very beginning, and I'll have to say that they were not built as energy efficient building, as a green building. We tried to make it as efficient as possible, and we have the solar panels on our roof. The capacity of the solar panels is 360 kilowatts, and we also established. We are about to finalize the establishment of the rainwater collection And we have the reservoir, which is actually 570 cubic meters water. We can keep 570 cubic meters of water in our reservoir, and they are later will be used in the greening the university, I mean for trees and others. And also we have already established like collaboration with more than 15 leading international organizations and universities, and we signed agreements and MOUs with them. And we also hosted like more than 50 already local and international events with the participation of the guests from China, US, Russia, and all over the world. And of course, they are all conducted in partnership with the Ministry of Ecology. And we also identified our strategic development initiatives in upcoming 2025 and 2027. We are going to expand our university infrastructure, expanding the existing campus, and building another campus in Yunusobad and in Bostanlık regions. And we also developing, more than 8 programs and we are planning to launch them in the upcoming academic year. They are all interdisciplinary and of international standards, which follows the Bologna process, like European standard. And then we're also going to establish the innovative exhibitions and centers such as recycling art or the RLC tragedy and Endless World. We actually have already established the exhibition of Endless World with the cooperation of French Embassy. And we're also going to have like a couple of centers like Science, Art, Nature, Youth Community Center, ESG Competence Center, Green Business, and Clean Tech startup hubs. And another plan that we are going to do is establishing a key climate and research platform. How we're going to do this is we are planning to establish the Central Asia Environmental Institute, which is going to attract mostly the experts in the field of environment and climate research from Central Asia, plus climate science residency program, which is going to attract the experts from all over the world, and both like local and international experts. And next year we are going to conduct Central Asia Annual Climate Forum, which we are going to attract industry leaders, policymakers, researchers, and to address the pressing climate change issues in the region. As I said, these 2 buildings that we are located now, we didn't build them from the scratch, but we have the opportunity to build another campus in the when we expand our campus. And I'm going to share some of the scratches that we are planning to build. And this is our new campus plan with a green top floor with fully operative top. And we are, again, here also we are going to establish this rainwater collection system. So, yep. And thank you. And I'd like to take the opportunity to invite both local and global researchers research institutions, policymakers, and industry leaders to cooperate and collaborate on cutting-edge climate solutions for Central Asia and beyond. Yep. So, yeah, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Mashrab Aliyev. Do you have any questions? The participants who are participating on Zoom.
Can I start with a comment, Dr.
Yes, please.
Ilham?
Yes,
That's
please.
a great. I'm amazed with this project. I had no idea. I haven't seen any information about this before. So a big congratulations. It's a very big task. And I see that while you were speaking, I was going through your website, university website. So is it going to be only dedicated to environmental sciences, education, economics programs, or are there more plans to have in different programs or departments in the future?
Yep, thank you for your question. As you can see, we have launched the programs that are more or less like, soft skills development.
Mm-hmm.
There is no like hard skills such as engineering or renewable energy or anything, but we do have plan to launch, more the programs that require more practical knowledge, like more hard skills, like let me give you one. So yeah, we're going to establish one renewable energy program and sustainable in engineering. And we also are going to, we are already working on sustainable tourism and nature conservation with Jeff. And
That's
sustainable.
amazing.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
So is it English or is it going to be hybrid, like both Uzbek language and English?
For now, it is in English solely. The
Okay.
reason why we we launched the programs in English, as I said, all the programs were, designed and developed by the international experts, with the cooperation with our local experts. However, we like to bring this international knowledge to the region, to Uzbekistan, to Central Asia. And it's not secret that almost 70% of the information are in English. So most contemporary information is in English. So we'd like to use this opportunity first, launch all the programs in English to so-called to digest, and then step by step, maybe to launch them in Uzbek and in Russian language too. But for now, it's like solely in English.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Karimov, your question, please.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim Bek. Very interesting presentation about the activities of your university. I agree with Ms. Orak that this university is quite new. I think it's the second year or third year, if I am not wrong.
It's always the second year, Professor.
Yes, the second year, and you did a lot. Yeah, actually, I see. And
Thank you.
yeah, but nevertheless, I am interested which green practices you have already implemented and which green practices are, to say, are you going to implement in the future, yeah, taking into account the regional and climatic conditions in your area? And second question, Ms. Orak has described very interesting ideas in her presentation. And do you think that this presentation could serve as a guide for your university for the implementing of green university campus idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And yes, you're right to ask that if, as a green university, we implemented any of the green practices. And I think most of our local universities are already using this green practice at their university. So I can say one of them is like establishing the solar panels on the rooftop, and then this is what we did, one of the green practices. And another one is we have had this the reservoir, which was not used, right behind our campus building, and we are now about to finalize the system of rainwater collecting, and collecting it in the reservoir for further use. And this is another practice. And as I said, the location of the university is formally known as Dendra Park, and it was the greenest area of the, I can say, Tashkent region. And over the last 30-40 years, it was misused. A couple of things happened, and most of the trees were damaged or cut through. So now we are renovating not only the buildings but also the forest. I can say we are planting trees. There are a couple of legal issues to finalize all these things. However, with the help of the Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection, and Climate Change, we are now, taking or fighting. I can literally say fighting back the land that was known as Dendra Park, and to make it another park, and call it like Park for Society. It's going to be social park or park for society, without, just like the botanical garden, but it's going to be park where everybody can can have a walk, and can even have a bicycle riding and such things. And we are now working on I can say like we're already finalizing the roadmap, how we are going to achieve the real green university, the metrics, or like I can say like green metrics, right? And yes, there are a couple of things that we are going to do. One of them was renovating the park itself. So if you, Professor, have time to visit to university, I can show you around so that you can have an idea. Maybe I'm not able to explain everything that we're planning now, but yes, I can show you around.
Thank you very much.
And another one that you asked is, my presentation is either, I mean, if we can use this as a sample for Green University, like metrics, I can say no. Why? Because the presentation was done to introduce the university. I couldn't include all the information where we did for green, where we focused on greening the university. But this presentation is solely introducing the university first of all. But the rest of the information I provided like orally. There was no clear facts about the greening the university. So if you need, I can of course prepare one and share with you.
Thank you very much. Thank
Thank
you. Dr. Turini Azawasiapa, you have question, please. Go ahead.
Mr. Mashrabaliev, you've mentioned several times the RLC among the actions you have implemented. And for example, an international conference devoted to the RLC problems. Do you work with Karakal Pak researchers on the RLC problem? And if this conference have developed some recommendations for mitigation of the situation in our region, what has been implemented, if any, on place in Karakal, Pakistan and Kharazm? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, we have the Research Institute of Forestry under our Green University, and there's a special department which is actually in charge of implementing the scientific findings in the RLC. So from that, actually, we discussed all the findings in that scientific conference, and there were like recommendations given by the experts to test the new types of the plants to plant in the RLC. The new, the RLC is now like a desert, right? And it's not only the dust, and it's not only it is actually saline area, not only desert area. So it is very important to find the suitable plant to plant this. However, our expert has been working over the RLC already like more than, I think, 20 years. And he already had patent for, if I'm not mistaken, like more than 10 plants to test it in the RLC. And most common one is saxawool. In order to prevent the severe dust storms and others, we need to plant saxawool to keep the sand or the salt in the area. And out of I think you already know that RLC is divided into two, like Kazakhstan side and Uzbekistan side. And I might be wrong about the numbers, but as far as I know, it's about 3 million hectare is the Uzbekistan side. And this year already 2.1, yes, 2.1 million hectare already planted. I mean, our scientists and others, they already planted this saxawood and other types of the plants which can grow in saline and desert area.
Yeah, it's clear that your university is quite new, only second year activity. Of course, you didn't manage to do a lot for RLC.
Yeah. The only thing we can proud of is our research institute of forestry and whatever they're doing in combating these dust storms and others.
Thank you very much for the questions and answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Mashrabaliev, for your quite interesting, informative presentation about Green University, which exists in our country. We are happy to have, and we hope that your university will be like great example for the sustainable university or green university or green higher education from our country in the world. Thank you very much. And now I would like to announce short break. I think we need this break. I mean, the participants of the today's seminar, 15 minutes. After 15 minutes at 4 p.m., we will continue with the presentation of Dr. Nur Hanife Urek on designing and implementing green capital initiatives. It will be like a continuation of the previous presentation. And now, thank you all. Just to have a break. Thank you. Hurmatli seminar ishtirokchilari, Zoom'ni o'chirmaymiz. Hozir 15 minutlik tanaffus e'lon qildik. Soat 4:00 da yana Zoom'ga qaytamiz va doktor Nur Olakning prezentatsiyasi bilan, taqdimoti bilan bugungi seminarni davom ettiramiz. Rahmat. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Again, let's continue today's session, today's seminar, with a presentation of Dr. Nur Orak from Marmara University, Turkey, on designing and implementing green campus initiatives. Now we will continue with the sustainable campus metrics. Well, Dr. Nur Orak, floor is yours, please.
And oh, okay. Just a second.
Okay.
I think I closed the full screen. Okay, now you should be able to see.
Yeah, super.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So yes, in the first session, I discussed more about green or sustainable campus theme and initiatives and examples. So now I will discuss about and present you different rankings and scoring systems. And also some of them are not rankings, but more reporting. So I hope that will be helpful as knowledge. So why universities are interested in applying those, collecting those data, and getting those scores overall? The first reason is recognition. Recognition is not only for being a sustainable campus, but also taking attention for applying the knowledge they are teaching, right? Their environmental related programs, classes, courses. So it is a great opportunity to showcase your knowledge, the campus. And also across the world, there is a competition for best practices. And each year those rankings change. So it brings that recognition. So that's a great benefit. It increases not only the residents of the campus's awareness, but also the public awareness of sustainable issues, because it's an ongoing discussion. There are events, projects, programs happening throughout the year. So sustainability becomes a perspective for each topic. So it's not a goal, but it's more like a mentality. And also for social change and action, it provides great benefits. Universities are not only designed for specific programs and education, it's more than that. And this kind of events, just like today, it helps for networking. For the same goal, we see that universities benefit from those exchanges. There are three categories that we measure. That's all ranking systems and seals and all these reporting systems are designed around these three: environmental metrics, social, and economic. The most well-known probably across the globe that is not very regional is the UI green metric. This is developed by the University of Indonesia, green metric, and I see different universities in different continents are submitting their also, I think because you have to have certain data that is published under your sustainability report, then they can use that data for their ranking system. So it is global and it has been there since 2010. They have 39 indicators in 6 criteria. More than 1,000 universities participated, and more than now 83 countries are also part of this evaluation. So every year they publish the ranking, and what they use is they have categories like setting infrastructure, energy and climate change, waste, water, transportation, education, research. So they also associated those categories and criteria with SDGs, which is the main focus. It is kind of the common language between countries now. So when you look at water, you see clean water, SDG 6, life below the water, like SDG 4, 14. So you can also see how university is contributing a specific SDG, so they can have a specific ranking for that. So when you look at their weighting system in their calculations, these are the categories they're using, and it's not evenly distributed in terms of points. So for example, in settings and infrastructure has 15 points, 15%, I'm sorry. Energy and climate change is more, 25%. Waste, 18, water, 10, transportation and education and research has equally weight in the system, 18%. So it is not like equally distributed and out of 100. So when they look at infrastructure, there are some pros, like if those buildings have some certifications like LEED, BREEAM, so these are green building certifications, or if they are using renewable energy or eco-friendly campus designs, these are all contributing to infrastructure. They also look at energy and climate, which is an indicator for how well the campus is designed and using energy sources and how they are mitigating their GHG emissions. This is also including heating and cooling based on your climate. Sometimes cooling takes a lot of energy for some regions. Likewise, heating can be an issue if you go to Northern Europe. Energy management system and renewable energy use are all categorized here. Waste management is like zero waste policies, recycling, reusing rates, organic waste composting, etc. Water conservation has like water saving technologies that can be directly design related or some policy related to. Irrigation systems for their greenlands, water use reduction initiatives on campuses, like how it's designed in the restrooms, in the kitchens, etc. It also has a category for education. So these are covering everything that you can imagine under sustainability education, like the classes, workshops, other like initiatives related to education that are not designed for university students, etc. Transport is like, are there green transportation available or not? What kind of public transportation integration exists? For example, when we moved to our new campus, it wasn't great with public transportation integration. Over the 3 years, now we see that the public bus can enter the university campus because it's a huge one, and it can all ring around the campus and leave. Even though the campus is located close to a metro station, it wasn't very practical for the students and the other personnel, like academic and administration. So there was no ring. Now there's a ring, etc. So these are also important. So they categorize under transport. So when you look at how they give the points to each criteria, for example, when you look at the setting and infrastructure, you see that they consider almost every detail that you can imagine, like the reach of open space area over total area, the total area of campus that is covered in forest vegetation or planted vegetation. We see that there is a score for campus facilities for disabled, special needs, or maternity care, which especially maternity care was not a priority for universities in the past, but for the last decade, and still we see there are more initiatives to welcome also the needs of the mothers. Even they are personnel or students, there are more facilities. So there is a point for that. Security and safety facilities, health infrastructure, conservation. If there is like for example, Eden Hall campus, conservation was their priority because of their location in the city. So like the flora, fauna, wildlife, genetic resources of food, all of them are getting a 100 score. When we look at another one, I just put some examples. I mean, you can go and see, I put the link there, but I just want to give you a look what kind of indicators are collected and metrics are collected from the universities to be able to get that final score for the ranking. So we see the energy efficient appliances usage, smart building implementation. I will highlight it later, but smart applications and technologies are great help for sustainability initiatives. I'm sorry. And also number of renewable energy. Do you have PVs, winds, or other renewable resources on campus? Total electricity usage, where do you use it? Elements of green building, GHG reduction program. So everything is, there is a planning part. So is it part of your strategic plan in the beginning? And have you complemented your projects? So there are 2 phases for each category, actually. When we look at the waste, we see there's like organic waste treatment, inorganic waste, toxic waste treatment. Sometimes if it's a medical school, if there's a hospital integrated with it, so, or if there are chemistry labs and there are toxic hazardous material, so there would be toxic waste management issues. Also, sewage disposal is an important metric here. When you look at water, of course, water conservation, recycling, efficient appliances, consumption of treated water is very important. Like, as you know, water can be like gray water, yellow water, brown water. So how do you use it for a specific purpose? We don't have to have the same quality as a drinking water for example, flush water, toilet water. So this kind of initiatives are an important score here. That can be a metric, and also water pollution control in the campus. Transportation has like, I think the most significant metric here, the total number of vehicles first, that's a good sign, of course, for the city as well. Like, is it 1 vehicle per person, which means there's no public transportation, or is it like really less personal vehicles and more public transportation use? The shuttle services, which is also a very important, I think, metric here. ZEVs, ratio of ground parking area to total campus area. Why this is important? Because ground parking means that you can still use efficiently the top floor, or you can have some green infrastructure on top of it, and you consume less because it's vertical infrastructure. When you have an open space, it means that for the vehicles to be able to park, you need to cover that land with asphalt, and which is alteration of green land, which we don't prefer. So these kind of metrics are also good indicators how sustainably you're using your land as campus. In terms of education and research, we see they give scores to like publications that are on sustainability. And so when we say sustainability, please don't only think about environmental sustainability. So everything that is designed to contribute in sustainability idea, like social and also economic as well. Is there a sustainability report of the university? So that also is an important metric here. Sustainability programs, sustainable related startups. So now in Turkey, for example, we are prioritizing green startups. So the Turkish NSF is giving seed funds for startups. So anyone with, they can be even undergrad students, actually, they don't need a degree, but like from students to like PhDs and academic personnel, everybody can apply to launch a startup that is dedicated on green technologies, practices, and services. So here we see that also gets a score. So for smart building requirements, I should say that here, so as you know, for the sustainable building certification, it's separate. So it's voluntary based. Universities or the institutions, organizations can go and apply. That's a completely different framework than this. But here, for smart building requirements, this is completely depending on smart features of the building, like Is it automized? What kind of features are there for safety? How are you monitoring your energy use? How are you monitoring your water use, like indoor environment quality, which has air quality, thermal comfort, which can be a big issue on campuses, if you ask me. I have been so many universities across the world, and there's always a discussion with the indoor temperature, because there's a gender reason behind it, like the women wants like higher temperature than men, but at the same time, classrooms are larger areas than offices, so they get cooler than offices get hot very easily. So it is not that easy with manual systems to provide that. So with a smart system, you can control it. For example, our campuses has that now, so we can control it. It's a centralized, but we can control. Are you real-time monitoring? Is there a passive system for cooling, for easy control and alterations? So these are also metrics. Lighting, what kind of lights, bulbs you're using, like LEDs, are there sensors? Shielding, or how maximizing your buildings are designed for natural light. These are important metrics. And I think for sustainability, specifically for sustainability goal, smart building design is essential. It's very helpful. It maximizes your initial costs, and it also, you get closer to the ideal target. So according to the this ranking system, this is 2024 World University Rankings. I only put here 10, and you can check there, it continues. And the top is from Wageningen University from Netherlands. And very close to, in terms of total score, we see Nottingham Trent University from the UK, and then another Netherlands university. So the top is fully Europe, except one. We see one university from the Brazil, Universidade de Sao Paulo is also number 5 here. So this ranking changes every year. The good part of it is, I don't know if you see my, let me click to pointer, which I don't know why I can't. Oh, here it is. Okay. Probably now you can see it. Okay. So not only for the total score, but also the allocation between like the wastewater, environmental part. You can see how much they got out of this 9,575, how much it's coming from education, etc. So one university can get really high score from, let's say, waste management, but then can be do not that good or average for water management, etc. So this is also good self-evaluation for universities for new decisions. Another reporting system, I would say, this is another ranking system, STARS, Sustainability Tracking, Assessment and Rating System. So this is developed by an association. It's called the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education. In short, I will call it ASHE. So it is developed by this, but it is not ranking. So this is voluntary based, a framework, and universities prepare their reports for submission. So it requires like a membership. The key metrics we see here is academics and engagement, operations, campus operations, and planning administrations. And there are rating levels. So a campus can have a bronze, silver, gold, or platinum seal for their 1 year, let's say, a performance, but there is no ranking between universities across the globe. That is widely used in North America, but I have seen many universities in other continents, so it has become a global thing now. And it is openly shares data, and it allows peer benchmarking as well. If you look at their very brief process, there is an online reporting tool. Again, this is because it's voluntary based. you become a member of this organization to be able to submit a report. So there's a pre-submission assurance, and then there's, after it's submitted, there's a report that's already uncensored by the university that is published, and then there is a more formal application part. There's a letter, there's a review process and a revision, and then there's a rating happening after that. So there's like a reviewed one and then an unreviewed one. So reviewed one gives a lot of feedback to university admin to understand where to invest in. So for this, when we say academic focus, they're talking about the integration of sustainability into their like overall education and research, if it's the programs, are there like available classes, etc. For campus operations, everything you can think about like that is done on campus, that is under that category. Outreach and engagement is how campuses communities involved in sustainability initiatives. As we first mentioned, like campuses are part of cities. They're not separate from the cities. It is the same ecosystem. So outreach and engagement is as equal as important like environmental initiatives. And there's planning and admin, like policy, admin, and governance, which takes a lot of time. And there are guidelines for that. And everything starts with it. It starts with a policy part, a framework part, and then innovation and leadership. Here we see, with the help of academics as well, green technologies, sustainable procurement practices, and leadership efforts, which sometimes is not defined for academics, but it is more voluntary based. So for the scoring system, the lowest is the, if there is no scores, let's say, published, but they submitted, there's a reporter designation, but then it starts with bronze with 25, silver 45, gold rating 65, platinum is top of top, like 85 when they achieve the score. And when we look at how these like scores are allocated between categories, I didn't put everything here, but I put the link so you can see, and there's an Excel file. You can also see the sample of what kind of data should be collected from the campus. If it's a new campus like Green University in Uzbekistan, that's amazing because you can design everything from scratch. So you can look at the metrics and find the ideal ones for your case, and maybe design the buildings and infrastructure to collect that kind of data, because it's much easier. It's much challenging to convert an existing university infrastructure to a sustainable perspective building that you need to collect, monitor real-time data sometimes discrete data, etc. So here we see like sustainable course offerings, for example, like what is the percentage of academic departments that they offer sustainability. So like course listings, curriculums, what kind of undergraduate students in those programs, what are the requirements that are focusing on sustainability. These are all metrics that receives points. Same for the graduate programs. For campus engagements, I put some interesting ones here, not the easily expected ones. So we see like sustainability outreach and communications that includes like K-12 students involvements, or some like senior citizens involvement as well. And what is the percentage of campus stakeholders? So for operations, we see again, just like the IU green metrics, we see the building design, building operations, water use, ecological managed grounds. These receives also scores. For planning, so these metrics are not as same as the previous one, IU, but it's actually for the same goal, but not necessarily exactly same, because there's a different system. So we see here the commitments and institutional governance. So for example, are students participating in governance, or is it only decided by the university? So these are all parts. When we look at the overall total scores, here you can see the summary on the left-hand side here. So this is like we see the like academic, how much they get, engagement, operations, and planning. And there's like a 10 bonus for innovation and leadership. So out of this scoring system, like based on the total score, they get one of these recognition seals like platinum, gold, or silver. So universities publish the seals on their websites. And now I see it has become a common practice. Every university has a sustainability web page that is dedicated on summarizing everything they're working on in terms of a green sustainable campus. And if they have a recognition, they share it there. So the most recent one, generally, the institutes are submitting their reports between March of a year and March of the following year. And you see that this is the most recent one. There's no ranking because it's not ranking, but for the accuracy rate completely depends on the data quality here. So we see, for example, Bentley University, Connecticut, Dickinson, Elon, these are 100% accuracy rate, and some of them received gold, some of them received silver. So data quality is a different issue, rating is a different issue. These are separate. So they are also publishing that, which is very helpful. Okay, now after universities submitted their STARS reporting, so this is also Sustainable Campus Index is developed by the same association, ASHE, but now they're using the STARS reporting data for ranking. So this is separate. The STARS wasn't ranking, but this is a ranking. So they rank top performing institutions. They don't collect new data. They completely use the STARS reporting data. Let me show you for example, they rank based on the category. So there's an overall ranking for overall performance out of all categories, and there's category specific rankings like air and climate. For the most recent ranking, top performers are like Arizona State University, University Laval, University of Tasmania. So it's very global, and you can see the score as well. How did they get it? And did they get it for their graduate, or did they get it for their undergraduate? So you can see also for what kind of degree they received that. And I think the most insightful part of these rankings is we can see the progress of the universities over time. So here you see the average for years 2020, 2022, and 2024. So for example, for all institutions, like out of 355, they started with like 50% score, and it increased to 53.7. So there is, and that's an important, because I mean, if you saw the allocation, it means that there were some specific improvements for all of them. This is not like continent specific, country specific, or city specific. This is all of them. So that's a good number. If you look at like Canada, we see also a good significant increase. US has as well, not probably as high as Canada. And we see that for different programs, there are different changes. For example, for masters, from 2020 to 2022, something must have happened. It might be related to reporting too, but from 2022 to 2024, we see a jump from 44% to approximately 51%. Another example for energy, it's completely different order of universities, and different universities as well, than air and air quality. We see like Thompson Rivers, Emerson, Stanford in top 3 for their graduate programs, and there's no 100% score here that different than the other one. That can be related to the difficulty to collect energy-related metrics. So air quality is more like source point. It's much easier to identify the indicator and collect different than energy. For water, again, we see completely different performers for the completely different programs, but we see 100% for many universities. Okay, so that was sustainability index by A-sheet based on STARS reporting data. So another one which is not common, so these top 2 are the most common ones that I presented. So from now on, the ones that I'm going to mention are not common and it's region specific. And I'm going to talk about them, but I will not talk about nation-based ranking systems. I will explain in a second why. So this is Princeton Reviews Green Colleges. This is more North American universities. We see there are like sustainability in academics, like infrastructure, wastewater, water, waste reduction, transportation. All these almost mutually agreed indicators are evaluated based on their sustainability reports. This is a less systematic reporting, not reporting, but ranking system, I would say, because they go and just review the university's sustainability reports. So here, for example, the most recent one I saw was the College of the Atlantic, American University, Pittsburgh College, etc. So this is not, I would say, as objective as the other 2 because it's based on completely the sustainability report data. Another one, you are familiar with Times Higher Education rankings for academic excellency, but they come up with a different ranking. It's called impact ranking. So again, they also uses the report data by universities, and they more focus on SDG related indicators here, like quality education, affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities, climate action. So their indicators are like connected with these ones, like carbon emission reduction are their initiatives. So based on this, we see that they are applying for all universities, so we can call it global. And the good part of this ranking system is universities can see their evaluation based on SDGs. So when you look at here, for example, you can, I'm sorry, I should fix this top part. You can see where they are coming from. For specific SDGs, how did they, it says that these are SDGs, I'm sorry for that. And they get different scores for different SDGs, and this is the total score. So for example, for SDG 5, it is pretty low. For SDG 17, it is much higher. But overall, Western Sydney University got the top for that. So the idea is very good, but application of this ranking, I'm not sure about their data uncertainty. So they should publish more reports about their evaluation. I could find only limited information about that. But this is a great map. I really like the way they are thinking about this evaluation. It's just about being transparent about their evaluation. Here we see a world map, and this map is showing the first the top university for that SDG, and then the best country. When they're defining the best country, they say there should be minimum 5 universities in that category for application. I shouldn't say application, it can be misunderstood. I should say at least there should be eligible 5 universities in that country to be able to join in this list. So for example, let's look at clean water and sanitation here. SDG 6. So top university is University of Exeter from the UK, but the best country or region on average is Australia. So it means that there is at least 5 universities from Australia, and that score is taken from there. Or if you look at climate action here, SDG 13, we see top university is Tasmania from Australia, and best country is Australia. So it's matching. So I think this is a very, very helpful map to understand the contributions of different campuses across the world. Okay, again, another ranking. These are very parallel to each other, but I just want to show that there will be more in the future, the variability, but there are like 90%, maybe 95% is overlapping. And it's up to your university to decide which ranking is the ideal, and I would go for the top 2 for the recognition and to be able to compare, because some of them you apply, some of them they evaluate based on what you publish on your website and in your sustainability report. So this is Quest Sustainability Index. They also, just like Times Higher Education, they have university rankings, and now they're publishing also sustainability index. So they're focusing on environmental and social impact of universities. The idea here, which is very also helpful, is since the original ranking is academic excellency, so now they're merging that with sustainability efforts. So yes, they're academically, let's say scholarly, they're doing great, but are they really doing the same efforts for sustainability? So according to their evaluation, again, there is limited information on their website. This is the top 10 for the recent ranking, and University of Toronto leads the first, and then University of California, Berkeley, and Manchester. So it's mainly Northern America and Europe, we can say, but don't think that other universities in other continents are not doing well. That doesn't mean that. Actually, it sometimes completely based on available data. So that's the reason I'm a little bit skeptical to these other rankings. So when we look at all these rankings, there are some common themes like energy efficiency, right? Everybody wants to see if it's on your website or a report, the carbon emissions, energy use reduction, renewable energy integration, your water management plans, waste management, sustainable campus infrastructure. If you have LEED certification for your buildings, they want to see that. Education and research and social impact. These are a little bit I don't want to say fuzzy, but like, for example, social impact, it's open-ended, right? And it's difficult to quantify. It's more qualitative indicator. So, but with the number of projects and you can look at maybe the STARS reporting system indicators, what to measure, that can give you an idea. Sometimes those are not ideal indicators, I will be honest, but at least that would give an idea about a campus, how they are doing to measure the social impact. So I put this table here that can give you a good idea for this top 2. So there's STARS, as I mentioned several times, is more reporting, it's not ranking. So at the end of this application, you would receive a seal, a rating, but not a rank. My apologies. I speak too much. And then you see that how it is different than the other ones. So for STARS, we see that it's based on self-reporting. So they allow universities to share their data through their own system, online system. But for Sustainable Campus Index of ASHI and UI, University of Indonesia's Green Metric, these are rankings. And these rankings based on the one index is based on the self-reporting data of STARS. The other one is based on available data shared by universities, but they share the same metrics, like for admin work, operations, education, and research and engagement with they are using different keywords, but actually they are kind of measuring the same thing. So an important decision for a university, if they're starting from scratch, is deciding the characteristics and criteria to inform selections of these indicators. Why? Because as we discussed in the break, like one formula doesn't fit all. But at the same time, there are some common ones. So you want to keep in, but there might be also some if it's your campus is completely designed based, it's completely smart campus, let's say. So you have, let's say, real-time data. So you monitor all the metrics. So you might offer some different indicators here. So this table can help you to understand like the purposefulness, like efficiency, effectiveness, communicability, which is very important. That's the reason always checking what those rating systems are requiring, because if you also publish the same way those data, the communication will be easy, comparison will be easy, right? And responsiveness. So units, so those units also based on what you select as well. But overall, you want to measure, it has to be relevant, and it has to be also timely as well. So in this, I think also this is a great kind of heat map, heat graph. I don't know, not a graph, a table, heat table. This is for management programs. So there are different sustainability themes, like are you focusing on energy and climate change? Are you focusing on water, land, materials? So what kind of programs you can offer that can be also helpful for prioritization purpose. So for policy development, from my personal perspective, that's the most challenging part. It takes time and there are many people involved, many stakeholders involved. So you need to use several techniques here, like you need to do surveys, right? Because you can't go and speak with everyone one by one, all departments. So these surveys can be very helpful. But the designing of the surveys can be an issue by itself, right? What kind of knowledge, opinion, or data you're going to collect from departments, centers, or institutes of your campus. Like extension of green spaces, we see majority of the time universities tend to get more students, so their population increases, but their infrastructure doesn't allow that. So they start to have extensions, and those extensions can be the opportunity for the university to rethink the design process. So because the main part of the university may be designed 100 years ago, but now you have a chance to rethink the whole designing elements. So it can be an opportunity. So for I should mention here, as you know, there are different quality standards like ISO 4001. So these can also help you to understand how the whole process diagram is managed until you have those, for example, buildings, right? So your when you do anything on campus, the approach, if the approach is mentality is more like a life cycle analysis, then you can contribute to sustainability more and the results can be exponential. What I mean about this is very theoretical, and when I say it as a sentence, but for example, when you think about hiring a contractor that is gonna do, let's say, an asphalt road between two buildings on campus, everything that contractor are going to do is going to be on your side, right? Every emission, every water they use and pollute, every energy they consume, and as a result, emissions they emitted is going to be on your side, because in sustainability, polluter pays as a principle, right? So it is done for your campus, so it should be on your record. So if they're using raw materials and energy that is local, that is more sustainable, then you're mitigating all the impacts. And the way they are working is also can be standardized and you can be sure about the quality. So you can choose the contractors based on what kind of certifications they have, right? Like ISO 14001 is just one example, but there's so many of them out there. So when you select your, let's say, partners, collaborators, it's also very helpful to choose carefully to really achieve real sustainability of university-related topics. So overall, if we list step by step, if a university needs to come up with a sustainability strategy and want to design the actions under it, it starts with a commitment, right? We saw that all universities in the first session I mentioned, they come with a master plan, a kind of plan, right? That shows their vision, their targets, the missions, their values, and a declaration. They say we are going to be net zero by 2045. And then university is not an ecosystem by itself, it's part of it. So engaging the university with wider communities is an earlier step. You have to put them in the discussion. They should be on the table with the university from the beginning. Initiating engagement for sustainable development is also helps to shape the mentality that you're going to apply everything that you will decide later on. Establishing sustainable policy, governance, and administration, and then determining a baseline. This baseline, as we saw in those ranking systems, is environment based on initial environmental targets, or sustainability reviews as well. So at the end, after defining this very broad framework, you start to select and define indicators for your campus, set the objectives and targets, develop a strategy to implement those action plans, and then just like any other action plan, it concludes with monitoring, evaluating, and checking if you're achieving the objectives you set at first place. If not, you go on a revise, or you go back and propose new initiatives, new action plans to be able to achieve those targets. So monitoring is, if you ask me, 51%. So without monitoring and evaluating, everything is wasted. So this is a great graph that I think you will find it useful. This is university sustainability continual improvement cycle. So yes, it starts with a plan, but those plans are like policy oriented, and it's also helping to shape your contribution to the final goal of the country or the region, which is sustainable development. So it's cyclic. It is not discrete, it's more like a cycle. So, and when this is happening, so we should be open to some unforeseen opportunities, because sometimes by the country or region, sometimes with our neighbor countries or overall world, there some opportunities appear, right? So that can be funding related, right? That you can get new resources, economic resources to implement those action plans, or sometimes a collaboration or some new space, etc. So the system should be kind of open to those opportunities as well, but we continue to improve. We learn from best practices from other campuses, and we continue this cycle. Is it that easy as it looks like on the slides? No, it's not. Definitely, there are many, many challenges to apply it. The most important challenge is the funding in short term, because majority of I think we will have time. I want to go back one of the final slides in the previous presentation, where you can see the feedback periods for the investments, especially for specific green solutions, or I can mention tomorrow too, that's fine. So sometimes initial cost is too high and you don't see the benefit in short term. So the funding justification is not that easy to do. Within your university, sometimes in Turkey, we are a centralized system. So universities report to the higher education departments, which is part of the state. So you have to justify everything you're doing, even though you have a budget. So initial costs can be very challenging. That's the reason I think Northern America or the campuses in that area can be a great example, like collaboration and partnership with corporate organizations, like companies, factories, because it's a great showcase for them to show the applications, especially technology-related applications on campuses. But also it's a great support for the university, because the universities generally, especially if those are state universities, there's no budget for extra initiatives. So it's always up to a discussion, like finding cost-effective solutions. That's the biggest challenge. And also there are behavioral barriers, right? Like people have every I think campus where they belong to has a culture, and that culture doesn't want to change. That is natural. That's the nature of human race. So they resist to change. Students, staff, academics, all kinds of people, they don't want to change. So there might be an issue with that. We had this issue with smoking ban, because smoking, I don't know why, was a big thing for especially between younger people. But at least when the decision was like you can do it, but in a certain area, there was like backlash by people. But now they used to. So it needs a little bit time for people to adjust to this transition. Most importantly, there is lack of knowledge. Not everybody, as a group of people, if you're here today, it means that you have interest in this area. You care about sustainability topics, but we are minority, I can say it that way. So how to increase the awareness or the interest with knowledge. That's the reason. I'm sorry. This happens to me in the classes as well. I'm sorry, I lose my voice very frequently. So that's the reason campuses do these outreach activities, not only because it's not enough to educate your own students, but also increase the awareness level of the society that you belong to, your campus belong to. So that's also a challenge. For operational challenges, as we mentioned in the previous part, if it's an old building, old infrastructure, or like it can be an environmental infrastructure too, let's say combined sewage and stormwater collection pipeline system, that's very difficult to rehabilitate, to update, to do even maintenance on it. So it's sometimes much easier to do the construction from scratch than doing the reconstruction. And it requires longer time because those places are already under use by daily activities like education, like workshops. So it is not that easy to stop the life and just do the renovation. So they do partially, one by one. So these are all challenges. What about strategies? What can you do with that? So I already mentioned stakeholder engagement. So it is not a university admin issue, but to make it a little bit more easier on university's shoulder, involving everybody that is already benefiting from universities, but also other parts, other stakeholders within that city, state, country, region, and having a structure. Like, I think universities, the biggest challenge of universities, there are rules. There are rules, but there's no clear operational manual, right? Like some companies have very clear. We don't have for universities, and so some stuff can be even more challenging if you don't have a clear path. So having, for example, committees, task forces, a structure, and having leadership roles, those can be students or staff or like academic personnel. It will increase the efficiency of the efforts because people will take responsibility. I mentioned already data-driven, like real-time monitoring. I think that's a big help. It might be, and the initial costs are much, much lower compared to 10 years ago. Because those like sensors, devices are much cheaper. So it is not a burden anymore. If you ask me, especially, I'm always thinking about more environmental part because of my major, like water quality, water quantity, etc. But even for other metrics too, there are alternatives like image processing, like satellite image processing. Compared to what we have to do in the past, is very, very feasible. And behavioral change campaigns, like I think these are great social scientists' contributions. There's a lot to do, and that can help to include more people. So if your question is like where to begin, there are great guidelines. I put it in the final slide. And not only guidelines, some of them are more scholarly, like more academic, some of them are designed by associations. So it's not like like a formal publication, but they're very helpful. And there are some networks universities can join for discussions and exchanging ideas. I shouldn't skip that. I should mention that there are like national ones that I didn't mention at all. Like there's a Chinese, there's a Thailand, there's a network in Singapore. Like there are some national and regional networks that can be very helpful, and they have their own ranking system too. By the way, I didn't cover it all today. But it exists. There might be one in Uzbekistan. I have no idea. I'm sorry. But there might be one. So you can get inspired by those documentations. We see how different stakeholders can get involved and help. So it is not really, if you don't want to design a one-way knowledge sharing, that this is a great idea to review what can be done. So in the future, what I see is, I think for sure, this smart city concept is not independent from campuses. So smart campuses are getting there. I see more for energy and water management, but I think it will be more than that, like a green field, like green infrastructure monitoring, because after you implement, let's say, green roofs, you have to really monitor, and manual work can be cheap, but it is very challenging. Tomorrow I will cover like this blue-green infrastructure solutions, but I can see that like integration of these IoT systems for monitoring and evaluation is very, very, very feasible. We see that green building innovations, like now for example, back in time, you had to put like the office windows, right? The glasses, if you want to collect like solar for your main centralized maybe PV system was very, very expensive. Now there are paints. You can just apply existing windows and it's converted for solar collection system. So this kind of innovations are going to make it very feasible for buildings, but also if those buildings are designed from scratch. One thing that I didn't get chance to present you, but it's in the slides, and I shared my slides in the chat box. You can see that there's a building in Denmark, University of Copenhagen, and you can see how amazingly the whole, and the building is not that big in terms of size, but every corner is using solar both energy and as a light source effectively. So I think we will see in the future the new buildings will have more standardized approach for this green architecture. And circular economy is a trendy term, but actually it is not a new thing. It is the main reason why my major was developed in late 1980s. Like environmental engineering is designed for that. Like we are trying to really maximize the benefit, mitigate the impacts, and these new technologies will help to use for circular economy reason. So these are there are many of them, and I will be very happy to discuss more in the future. If you, I mean, you can just email me, it's in the slides. There are many guidelines, many networks, associations that can be inspirational for universities. And every of them comes with a completely different framework. But as you see in just 1 hour, actually, 90% of the metrics are matching, overlapping. So I hope I didn't confuse you. I just wanted to show the core metrics and how everything is designed around them. And when you decide for your university case, you can hopefully get inspired with some of these. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your quite interesting presentation, Dr. Orak. So maybe let me start with my question. How do you see this sustainability rankings evolving over the next decade?
Oh, decade. I think definitely I can see that these IoT systems will be more standardized because for smart city contexts, there are many patents and standards right now for, let's say, monitoring air quality, monitoring like, you know, the traffic speeds, emissions there. So like there are more standardized approaches now that are applied for cities. So I think for the ranking systems, instead of collecting from universities one by one the manual data collection, I think there will be more optimized data sharing between universities and those agencies or organizations who are doing the rankings. It won't be that difficult, and I don't think it's futuristic. I think it is there already. It's just generally anything related to universities is a little bit slow. Academic related things are coming a little bit behind. Yes.
Thank you. And
my pleasure.
What do you think this sustainability rankings can adequately capture the social and economic dimensions of the sustainability, in addition to the environmental factors?
That's a great question. So for social, as I mentioned, I think social part, there are great metrics, and they're already trying to quantify what the universities are doing until those social initiatives, because they want to quantify to be able to compare. Are they as straightforward as environmental metrics? No, but there are. So same for the economic perspective. So if, I mean, we see the allocation like how the university, like for sustainability initiatives, how much it takes in terms of the budget. Is it like 10% out of the full budget, like 20%? How the university budget is allocated and spent on sustainability initiatives? So these are much easier to quantify, economy-related ones. But social metrics, it's not that easy, but they are covering definitely all the top 3 that I mentioned. There are social metrics, and there are great examples too. I couldn't cover. I can share you if we have time. I couldn't fully cover in my first presentation, but there are some great examples from the world.
Thank you. And another question, what I interested that this artificial intelligence, this is TAMs now and widening day by day. If this artificial intelligence can play the big role in assessing or enhancing the sustainability in higher education.
Definitely. I think the most important part would be decision processes, which is very manual and personal right now, but university administrations are small teams. They are not big. So it's up to them to include other stakeholders or not, and not every university is doing that. So that's the reason sometimes they don't come up with the best decisions or best plans. But this AI, which we see that has the capacity to evaluate existing data and knowledge, I can see that it has a high capacity to give the best decisions in the future. It's just now, it is these machine learning techniques. I'm also happy to discuss this because I do mathematical modeling for environmental systems. That's my specialty. So these algorithms are learning from by time and from cases and data. So after a certain time, we will start to see better decisions that are given by them instead of humans. And also there are some different other applications we already see for energy. So like the optimization of energy use during the day and nighttime of the offices or the classrooms. So those are decided by the very simple, we can call it AI, but like smart systems. So I think in the future, we will see maybe just like for Eden Health campus. So if university has renewable energy sources, like let's say PV, that can generate during the daytime, let's say they have excess amount of it, what are they going to do with the excess amounts? So they can sell it back to the grid that other people from that city can use it, because still we are having this battery issue to store the excess energy. So that exchange will be done by AI. I can see that because now it's still manual. I recently learned that, which is very surprising. In Istanbul, the metropolitan city has a company for this like energy generation from waste, and there's an energy market. So if you sell at night, it is cheaper than during the day. So they are trying to optimize their timing and sell during the day to maximize their profits. So this is still manual work, human. I mean, of course, there is some coding behind it, but the decision is made by humans. I can see that all these optimization processes will be done by AI in the future.
Great. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Today you have given a lot of information. This.
Oh, I hope it wasn't boring.
No, it was interesting. It was really important and useful. Why? Because this at the beginning of the seminar, I mentioned that this sustainability of the universities, or greening more higher education, or improving the ranking of the universities as getting more important in the country for our universities. Yeah. And but this culture of the sustainability, this how the universities can foster this culture of sustainability among the students and staff or faculty in order to improve the rankings?
That's a great question. So I would answer this from the examples that I have seen in the past.
Yeah.
So, for example, my university in the US, when I was doing my PhD versus what we do now in Turkey, like these are my longest times at a university. So I realized that students were taking the main role in that my previous university for activity designs. So when there is a social gathering, because there's a mentality, sustainability is a mentality, so everything is designed around it. So solid waste management, water use, and energy use was already inherently in that event. If we were doing let's say a lunchtime seminar series, if we were going out having a barbecue party, so everything is already the main idea was like minimizing our impact, as if nothing happened on that land, or as if we haven't used it. How can we maximize the benefits in terms of social? If it's a network, we are coming together as students with faculty, so that's very, very important. We have to have it, but we want to minimize our impact of that activity. So I think first giving the stage to students can be very helpful because they are more dynamic than personnel. And I am not young anymore. I can see myself too, my students, and I'm also an advisor of a student club, which is Engineering and Sustainability Club. So they are very dynamic, very fast, take actions, and they are very motivated. So for campus perspective, this engagement outreach programs, they can lead with the guidance of professors and like some other also staff members too. And also, I think I don't know if Uzbekistan, but in Turkey, there's techno parks or the university, the industry collaboration, there are companies located on campuses. So this is a specific case. It is allowed only if there's a collaboration with the university. So if we want to increase, I see that the change for Turkey, for example, was funding or supporting more these green tech related companies or green initiatives. It doesn't have to be technology. It can be consultancy. It can be also some social activities too, because region by region, Turkey has completely different issues. The campuses in Southeast or in East are completely different than a campus in the West. If there's like water issue, high temperatures, etc. So like the social activities are also changing in terms of content parallel to that. So I hope I didn't confuse you, but I think it completely depends on what is needed in that campus and in that city and how it can be parallel to the university's strategic plan. I hope so. I answered.
Yeah, thank you for your
course.
answer. I wonder if there are some questions from the audience participants on the Zoom. If you have, please unmute yourself and you can give any of your questions related to sustainability, greening higher education, or the rankings.
And you can have opinions too. It doesn't have to be a question.
Sure. Yeah. Any opinions, comments, questions? Until the others think, because I have several questions as.
Oh, I'm very happy. Thank you, Dr. Ilham. Yes,
Yeah,
yes, please.
Because I'm responsible for the international ranking at the university that I'm dealing with also, and that I requested you to be to give this training, this seminar for on the greening higher education, but yeah, because before that I explored your background and CV, and I found you as an expert on greening higher education, sustainability of the universities, and greening campus, etc. But after today's presentation, I found you as a also your another part on the rankings as well. Yeah, that's why.
Oh, thank you. You're very kind. I'm not an expert, let me put it that way, but I'm very motivated for anything related to environmental sustainability. So
Yeah.
I am now trying to improve myself for economic part too, but I'm expertise wise, I am in more environmental part. Yes, please continue. I cut you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, university has strategy and mission and vision. Yeah. Of what do you think this mission, vision, or strategy should be focused on sustainability or criteria of the different ranking agencies?
Oh, okay. So my perspective on this is, so the universities, especially these well-established, um, let's say not very young universities, the conventional regulations and also strategies are designed based on academic excellence, right? So they just want to achieve like the top indicators in terms of scholarly indicators. Best programs, highest GPA in some sense. Sometimes lowest GPA means more. Oh, in Turkey, Turkey is a little bit different in that sense. But like how the graduates are doing, how many graduates program are they applying, and are they successful when they graduate? Are they hired by the top organizations, etc. So I think the sustainability, like master plan strategy, is not separate than those. I think it has to be integrated, because when it is separate, it becomes like a first world problem, right? Only the campuses or countries, let's say, has, it's like it has become an issue like, oh, my coffee machine is broken, right? It's a first world problem. It's not prioritized when it's separate, but it has to be a mentality that should be integrated in existing plans. Like if we already have an ongoing program, how can we integrate it? Can we add one more course for undergraduates that can be elective? So all other students from other programs can choose it. And that course maybe can be dedicated to sustainable development. So at least when students complete those 14 weeks at undergrad level, they will have a good idea about like all SDGs, the country's role and mission, and then what can be done in personal perspective as an individual. And when they graduate, they can start to think about as a professional how they can contribute to that. So I think the pillars are done through education. So if the university, I don't want to say prioritize, but integrate in their current mission, all departments or institutes, graduate institutes and centers can implement it easily. But when it's launched as a separate effort, it becomes like unfortunately, greenwash. And greenwashing is very common. And I see sometimes at campuses to universities. So it is not about like only putting a website out there and saying, oh, we are trying to do this. It has to be an ongoing effort. That's the reason I think it is not a final goal, even though universities declare that they have it, let's say, you know, zero emission by certain time. There might be for some environmental indicators, but actually it's a way of living, it's a way of working, a way of educating. So it has to be inherent, and it has to be an ongoing effort. So there is no deadline, there's no end line, right? Rankings are motivating. We say that, okay, this year we jumped 10. But that's not the main goal. The main goal is how are we using our resources effectively that will help us to save time for future. Because for my case, Istanbul is not water, for example, rich city. We have the stress that we might not have the opportunity of we have right now in the future in 10 years. So my effort, if I was a university, to integrate my current strategies, how to mitigate in my labs, in my restrooms, in my kitchens, right? And how I can educate my students to use it more consciously. So that's the reason I think that's a good practice. Our new university has signs in the classrooms, like, for example, no food, no beverages, right? Yes, we want to keep it clean, but at the same time, we want to mitigate the need of the cleaning, because cleaning is done by water and by chemicals. So if it stays clean, it's going to be less of everything using the resource. Same for the restrooms, like mitigating the water use, not immediately washing the glasses of the buildings, finding more sustainable solutions. So I think revising the existing one is a better one than launching a new one if it's not a new university. I hope I answered correctly.
Yeah. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Of course, my pleasure.
And are there any metrics or indicators which are emerging that you believe become more prominent in the future for sustainability ranking?
I think it is. There is one. So I think energy, water, and waste, solid waste, is covered very well. So I think those metrics will not change, because overall, it is definitive, like indicators. But for example, for some campuses, I think biodiversity, it will take a bigger role in metrics in the future, especially if it's located in a more suburban area of a city, or just like the case we mentioned for the Pittsburgh case. So the impact on biodiversity can be very essential. So these mega projects, especially like moving a university to a new campus, I would consider it's a mega project, especially if it's merging several campuses. It has to consider the impact on biodiversity too. I see more discussions in Europe other than other regions, but I think it will take more space in the ranking system in the future too, because there are some direct ways to measure it, and there are some indirect ways if when you consider the whole life cycle of the products and services that we use on campuses.
Thank you very much. And the last question from my side.
Of course.
Is there a national ranking system of the universities in Turkey, and how it's connected with international ranking standards or agencies?
So Turkey, majority of the campuses in Turkey are following IU, the application. I see for Istanbul Technical University and some other universities are applying for those because it brings international recognition more than a national one. I haven't seen an effort, and I don't think it would be very meaningful. There are some small organizations recognitions like Sustainable Campus Award and stuff. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about a systematic evaluation by an organization. So generally we see that Turkish universities are applying for IU green ranking system, and they're achieving pretty good improvements. I see every year some of them jump some steps, but the main issue for us, I think, the state universities are pretty old, and the infrastructure is old as well. So data collection and prediction is not that easy. Even only just for electricity consumption is not that easy to find for a big campus. So there are so many assumptions and so many predictions are involved for those emission calculations. So that brings uncertainty, unfortunately. And I think in the future, with integration of this smart features, we will see better evaluation of these metrics. For the private universities, well, those are having like much smaller in terms of space, sometimes even just one building. So I don't see they concern about sustainability on their campuses. That's very unfortunate, but I see this sustainability initiatives only for state universities. There are 3 very large private universities. They do some good work like the other big state universities. But other than that, as you know, there is a university inflation. Like we have a great number of university in the country, and it is spread across the country. So it is not only in Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir. It's across the country. So the other ones are not applying for even the top 2 ones. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Of course, my pleasure.
It was really informative presentation and your answers to the questions that I wonder if the participants have any questions. If not, then this is the end of today's seminar. Thank you very, very much, Dr.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much. So yes, we are open to any opinions too. I'm sure there are great experts in this team. I'm very honored to be here. I think there were like 75, 76 people. That's a great pleasure. And I will be very happy if anything is needed. You can just send me an email. Just for clarification, tomorrow in my session, I will talk about blue-green infrastructure solutions. So it will be a little bit more maybe technical in that sense and how it can be applied on campuses.
Thank you. What I wanted to ask from you, but you already gave brief information about tomorrow's session. Thank you. And dear participants, with this, I would like to conclude today's session. But I would like to inform you that tomorrow at the same time at 1 p.m. Tashkent time, we will start the second day of the seminar. It will be last day of the seminar. But tomorrow about this, I will let you know. But we will use the same Zoom link in order to join online seminar. This is quite important because there will be many questions which the link will be used for the tomorrow session. And the tomorrow session about the topics are already mentioned by Dr. Nur Orak. And also there will be some topics on climate change, green actions for RLC, etc. So with this, I would like to thanks to Dr. Nur Orak and Dr. Ayaz Mamadov for their really insightful, quite important, informative presentations for today's session. And I would like to thank you all for your participation. Looking forward to see you tomorrow also in this seminar. Do you have anything to say? You are welcome to say. And yeah, moreover, I would like to thanks to Mr. Ibrahimik Mashrabaliyev for your presentation as well, and for your inputs today's session.
I guess that's it.
Yes, thank you all. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow. Take care.
See you
Bye-bye.
tomorrow. Thank you. Goodbye.